Section 31 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Norman Elfer. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 7b, The Accident's Organizational Causes, Part 2. 7.3, Organizational Causes, Evaluating Best Safety Practices. Many of the principles of solid safety practice, identified as crucial by independent reviews of NASA and in accident and risk literature, are exhibited by organizations that, like NASA, operate risky technologies with little or no margin for error. While the board appreciates that organizations dealing with high-risk technology cannot sustain accident-free performance indefinitely, evidence suggests that there are effective ways to minimize risk and limit the number of accidents. In this section, the board compares NASA to 3 specific examples of independent safety programs that have strived for accident-free performance and have, by and large, achieved it. The U.S. Navy Submarine Flooding Prevention and Recovery, SUBSAFE SubSafe, Naval Nuclear Propulsion, Naval Reactors programs, and the Aerospace Corporation's Launch Verification Process, which supports U.S. Air Force space launches. The safety cultures and organizational structure of all 3 make them highly adept in dealing with inordinately high risk by designing hardware and management systems that prevent seemingly inconsequential failures from leading to major accidents. Although size, complexity, and missions in these organizations and NASA differ, the following comparisons yield valuable lessons for the space agency to consider when redesigning its organization to increase safety. Navy submarine and reactor safety programs. Human spaceflight and submarine programs share notable similarities. Spacecraft and submarines both operate in hazardous environments, use complex and dangerous systems, and perform missions of critical national significance. Both NASA and Navy operational experiences include failures. For example, USS Thresher, USS Scorpion, Apollo 1 capsule fire, Challenger, and Columbia. Prior to the Columbia mishap, Administrator Sean O'Keefe initiated the NASA-Navy Benchmarking Exchange to compare and contrast the programs, specifically in safety and mission assurance. The Navy SubSafe and Naval Reactor programs exercise a high degree of engineering discipline, emphasize total responsibility of individuals and organizations, and provide redundant and rapid means of communicating problems to decision makers. The Navy's nuclear safety program emerged with its first nuclear-powered warship, USS Nautilus, while non-nuclear, subsafe practices evolved from past flooding mishaps and philosophies first introduced by naval reactors. The Navy lost 2 nuclear-powered submarines in the 1960s, the USS Thresher in 1963 and the Scorpion 1968, which resulted in a renewed effort to prevent accidents. The SubSafe program was initiated just 2 months after the Thresher mishap to identify critical changes to submarine certification requirements. Until a ship was independently recertified, its operating depth and maneuvers were limited. SubSafe proved its value as a means of verifying the readiness and safety of submarines and continues to do so today. The Naval Reactor Program is a joint Navy Department of Energy organization responsible for all aspects of Navy nuclear propulsion, including research, design, construction, testing, training, operation, maintenance, and the disposition of the nuclear propulsion plants on board many naval ships and submarines, as well as their radioactive materials. Although the Navy fleet is ultimately responsible for day-to-day operations and maintenance, these operations occur within parameters established by an entirely independent division of naval reactors. The U.S. Nuclear Navy has more than 5,500 reactor years of experience without a reactor accident. Put another way, nuclear-powered warships have steamed a cumulative total of over 127 million miles, which is approximately equivalent to over 265 lunar round trips. In contrast, the Space Shuttle program has spent about 3 years on orbit, although its spacecraft have traveled some 420 million miles. Naval reactor success depends on several key elements: concise and timely communication of problems using redundant paths, insistence on airing minority opinions, formal written reports based on independent peer-reviewed recommendations from prime contractors, facing facts objectively and with attention to detail, ability to manage change and deal with obsolescence of classes of warships over their lifetime. These elements can be grouped into several thematic categories: communication and action. Formal and informal practices ensure that relevant personnel at all levels are informed of technical decisions and actions that affect their area of responsibility. Contractor technical recommendations and government actions are documented in peer-reviewed formal written correspondence. Unlike NASA, PowerPoint briefings and papers for technical seminars are not substitutes for completed staff work. In addition, contractors strive to provide recommendations based on a technical need, uninfluenced by headquarters or its representatives. Accordingly, division of responsibilities between the contractor and the government remain clear, and a system of checks and balances is therefore inherent. Recurring training and learning from mistakes. The Naval Reactor Program has yet to experience a reactor accident. This success is partially a testament to design, but also due to relentless and innovative training, grounded on lessons learned both inside and outside the program. For example, since 1996, Naval Reactors has educated more than 5,000 Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program personnel on the lessons learned from the Challenger accident. Senior NASA managers recently attended the 143rd presentation of the Naval Reactors seminar entitled The Challenger Accident Reexamined. The board credits NASA's interest in the Navy nuclear community and encourages the agency to continue to learn from the mistakes of other organizations as well as from its own. Encouraging minority opinions. The Naval Reactor Program encourages minority opinions and bad news. Leaders continually emphasize that when no minority opinions are present, the responsibility for a thorough and critical examination falls to management. Alternative perspectives and critical questions are always encouraged. In practice, NASA does not appear to embrace these attitudes. Board interviews revealed that it is difficult for minority and dissenting opinions to percolate up through the agency's hierarchy, despite processes like the anonymous NASA Safety Reporting System that supposedly encourages the airing of opinions. Retaining knowledge. Naval Reactor uses many mechanisms to ensure knowledge is retained. The director serves a minimum 8-year term, and the program documents the history of the rationale for every technical requirement. Key personnel in headquarters routinely rotate into field positions to remain familiar with every aspect of operations, training, maintenance, development, and the workforce. Current and past issues are discussed in open forum with the director and the immediate staff at all hands informational meetings under an in-house professional development program. NASA lacks such a program. Worst-case event failures. Naval reactors hazard analyses evaluate potential damage to the reactor plant, potential impact on people, and potential environmental impact. The board identified NASA's failure to adequately prepare for a range of worst-case scenarios as a weakness in the agency's safety and mission assurance training programs. SubSafe. The board observed the following during its study of the Navy's SubSafe program. SubSafe requirements are clearly documented and achievable with minimal tailoring or granting of waivers. NASA requirements are clearly documented, but are more easily waived, a separate compliance verification organization, independently assesses program management. NASA's flight preparation process, which leads to certification of flight readiness, is supposed to be an independent check and balance process. However, the shuttle program's control of both engineering and safety compromises the independence of the flight preparation process. The submarine Navy has a strong safety culture which emphasizes understanding and learning from past failures. NASA emphasizes safety as well, but training programs are not robust and methods of learning from past failures are informal. The Navy implements extensive safety training based on the Thresher and Scorpion accidents. NASA has not focused on any of its past accidents as a means of mentoring new engineers or those destined for management positions. The subsafe structure is enhanced by the clarity, uniformity, and consistency of submarine safety requirements and responsibilities. Program managers are not permitted to tailor requirements without approval from the organization with final authority for technical requirements and the organization that verifies subsafe's compliance with critical design and process requirements. The subsafe program and implementing organization are relatively immune to budget pressures. NASA's program structure requires the program manager position to consider such issues, which forces the manager to juggle cost, schedule, and safety considerations. Independent advice on these issues is therefore inevitably subject to political and administrative pressure. Compliance with critical subsafe design and process requirements is independently verified by a highly capable centralized organization that also owns the processes and monitors the program for compliance. Quantitative safety assessments in the Navy submarine program are deterministic rather than probabilistic. NASA does not have a quantitative program-wide risk and safety database to support future design capabilities and assist risk assessment teams. Comparing Navy programs with NASA. Significant differences exist between NASA and Navy submarine programs. Requirements ownership, technical authority. Both the subsafe and naval reactors organizational approach separates the technical and funding authority from program management and safety matters. The board believes this separation of authority of program managers, who by nature must be sensitive to costs and schedules, and the owners of technical requirements and waiver capabilities, who by nature are more sensitive to safety and technical rigor, is crucial. In the Naval Reactors program, safety matters are the responsibility of the technical authority. They are not merely relegated to an independent safety organization with oversight responsibilities. This creates valuable checks and balances for safety matters in the Naval Reactors program, technical requirements owner community. Emphasis on lessons learned. Both naval reactors and the subsafe have institutionalized their lessons learned approaches to ensure that knowledge gained from both good and bad experience is maintained in corporate memory. This has been accomplished by designating a central technical authority responsible for establishing and maintaining functional technical requirements, as well as providing an organizational and institutional focus for capturing, documenting, and using operational lessons to improve future designs. NASA has an impressive history of scientific discovery, but can learn much from the application of lessons learned, especially those that relate to future vehicle design and training for contingencies. NASA has a broad lessons learned information system that is strictly voluntary for program/project managers and management teams. Ideally, the lessons learned information system should support overall program management and engineering functions and provide a historical experience base to aid conceptual developments and preliminary design. The Aerospace Corporation. The Aerospace Corporation, created in 1960, operates as a federally funded research and development center that supports the government in science and technology that is critical to national security. It is the equivalent of a $500 million enterprise that supports U.S. Air Force planning, development, and acquisition of space launch systems. The Aerospace Corporation employs approximately 3,200 people, including 2,200 technical staff, 29% doctors of philosophy, 41% masters of science, who conduct advanced planning, system design, and integration, verify readiness, and provide technical oversight of contractors. The Aerospace Corporation's Independent Launch Verification Process offers another relevant benchmark for NASA's Safety and Mission Assurance Program. Several aspects of the Aerospace Corporation Launch Verification Process and Independent Mission Assurance structure could be tailored to the shuttle program. Aerospace's primary product is a formal verification letter to the Air Force Systems Program Office stating a vehicle has been independently verified as ready for launch. The verification includes an independent General Systems Engineering and Integration review of launch preparations by aerospace staff, a review of launch system design and payload integration, and a review of the adequacy of flight and ground hardware, software, and interfaces. This concept-to-orbit process begins in the design requirements phase, continues through the formal verification to countdown and launch, and concludes with a post-flight evaluation of events with findings for subsequent missions. Aerospace Corporation personnel cover the depth and breadth of space disciplines, and the organization has its own integrated engineering analysis, laboratory, and test matrix capability. This enables the Aerospace Corporation to rapidly transfer lessons learned and respond to program anomalies. Most importantly, aerospace is uniquely independent and is not subject to any schedule or cost pressures. The Aerospace Corporation and the Air Force have found the independent launch verification process extremely valuable. Aerospace Corporation involvement in Air Force launch verification has significantly reduced engineering errors, resulting in a 2.9% probability of failure rate for expendable launch vehicles, compared to 14.6% in the commercial sector. Conclusion: the practices noted here suggest that responsibility and authority for decisions involving technical requirements and safety should rest with an independent technical authority. Organizations that successfully operate high-risk technologies have a major characteristic in common. They place a premium on safety and reliability by structuring their programs so that technical and safety engineering organizations own the process of determining, maintaining, and waiving technical requirements, with a voice that is equal to, yet independent of, program managers, who are governed by cost, schedule, and mission accomplishment goals. The Naval Reactors Program, SubSafe Program, and the Aerospace Corporation are examples of organizations that have invested in redundant technical authorities and processes to become highly reliable. 7.4. Organizational Causes, a Broken Safety Culture. Perhaps the most perplexing question the board faced during its 7-month investigation into the Columbia accident was, how could NASA have missed the signals the phone was sending? Answering this question was a challenge. The investigation revealed that in most cases, the human spaceflight program is extremely aggressive in reducing threats to safety. But we also know, in hindsight, that detection of the dangers posed by foam was impeded by blind spots in NASA's safety culture. From the beginning, the board witnessed a consistent lack of concern about the debris strike on Columbia. NASA managers told the board there is no safety of flight issue, and we couldn't have done anything about it anyway. The investigation uncovered a troubling pattern in which shuttle program management made erroneous assumptions about the robustness of a system based on prior success, rather than dependable engineering data and rigorous testing. The shuttle program's complex structure erected barriers to effective communication, and its safety culture no longer asks enough hard questions about risk. Safety culture refers to an organization's characteristics and attitudes, promoted by its leaders and internalized by its members, that serve to make safety the top priority. In this context, the board believes the mistakes that were made on STS-107 are not isolated failures, but are indicative of systemic flaws that existed prior to the accident. Had the shuttle program observed the principles discussed in the previous two sections, the threat that foam posed to the orbiter, particularly after the STS-112 and STS-107 foam strikes, might have been more fully appreciated by shuttle program management. In this section, the board examines the NASA's safety policy, structure, and process, communication barriers, the risk assessment systems that govern decision-making and risk management, and the shuttle program's penchant for substituting analysis for testing. NASA's safety, policy, structure, and process. Safety policy. NASA's current philosophy for safety and mission assurance calls for centralized policy and oversight at headquarters and decentralized execution of safety programs at the enterprise, program, and project levels. Headquarters dictates what must be done, not how it should be done. The operational premise that logically follows is that safety is the responsibility of program and project managers. Managers are subsequently given flexibility to organize safety efforts as they see fit, while NASA headquarters is charged with maintaining oversight through independent surveillance and assessment. NASA policy dictates that safety programs should be placed high enough in the organization and be vested with enough authority and seniority to maintain independence. Signals of potential danger, anomalies, and critical information should, in principle, surface in the hazard identification process and be tracked with risk assessments supported by engineering analyses. In reality, such a process demands a more independent status than NASA has ever been willing to give its safety organizations, despite the recommendations of numerous outside experts over nearly 2 decades, including the Rogers Commission, 1986, General Accounting Office, 1990, and the Shuttle Independent Assessment Team, 2000. Safety organization structure. Center safety organizations that support the shuttle program are tailored to the missions they perform. Johnson and Marshall Safety and Mission Assurance organizations are organized similarly. In contrast, Kennedy has decentralized its safety and mission assurance components and assigned them to the Shuttle Processing Directorate. This management change renders Kennedy's safety and mission assurance structure even more dependent on the shuttle program, which reduces effective oversight. At Johnson, safety programs are centralized under a director who oversees 5 divisions and an independent assessment office. Each division has clearly defined roles and responsibilities, with the exception of the Space Shuttle Division Chief, whose job description does not reflect the full scope of authority and responsibility ostensibly vested in the position. Yet the Space Shuttle Division Chief is empowered to represent the Center, the Shuttle Program, and NASA headquarters and safety and mission assurance at critical junctures in the safety process. The position, therefore, represents a critical node in NASA's safety and mission assurance architecture that seems to the board to be plagued by conflict of interest. It is a single point of failure without any checks or balances. Johnson also has a Shuttle Program Safety and Mission Assurance Manager who oversees United Space Alliance's safety organization. The Shuttle Program further receives program safety support from the Center's Safety, Reliability, and Quality Assurance Space Shuttle Division. Johnson's Space Shuttle Division Chief has the additional role of Shuttle Program Safety, Reliability, and Quality Assurance Manager. See Figure 7.4-1. Over the years, this dual designation has resulted in general acceptance of the fact that the Johnson Space Shuttle Division Chief performs duties on both the Center's and program's behalf. The detached nature of the support provided by the Space Shuttle Division Chief and the wide band of the position's responsibilities throughout multiple layers of NASA's hierarchy confuses lines of authority, responsibility, and accountability in a manner that almost defies explanation. A March 2001 NASA Office of Inspector General audit report on Space Shuttle Program Management Safety Observations made the same point. The job descriptions and responsibilities of the Space Shuttle Program Manager-in-Chief, Johnson Safety Office Space Shuttle Division, are nearly identical with each official reporting to a different manager. This overlap in responsibilities conflicts with the SFOC, Space Flight Operations Contract, and NSTS 07700, which requires the Chief, Johnson Safety Office, Space Shuttle Division, to provide matrix personnel support to the Space Shuttle Program Safety Manager in fulfilling requirements applicable to the safety, reliability, and quality assurance aspects of the Space Shuttle program. The fact that headquarters, center, and program functions are rolled up into one position is an example of how a carefully designed oversight process has been circumvented and made susceptible to conflicts of interest. This organizational construct is necessarily bureaucratic and defeats NASA's stated objective of providing an independent safety function. A similar argument can be made about the placement of quality assurance in the shuttle processing divisions at Kennedy, which increases the risk that quality assurance personnel will become too familiar with programs they are charged to oversee, which hinders oversight and judgment. The board believes that although the Space Shuttle program has effective safety practices at the shop floor level, its operational and systems safety program is flawed by its dependence on the shuttle program. Hindered by a cumbersome organizational structure, chronic understaffing, and poor management principles, the safety apparatus is not currently capable of fulfilling its mission. An independent safety structure would provide the shuttle program a more effective operational safety process. Crucial components of this structure include a comprehensive integration of safety across all the shuttle programs and elements, and a more independent system of checks and balances. Safety process. In response to the Rogers Commission report, NASA established what is now known as the Office of Safety and Mission Assurance at headquarters to independently monitor safety and ensure communication and accountability agency-wide. The Office of Safety and Mission Assurance monitors unusual events like out-of-family anomalies and establishes agency-wide safety and mission assurance policy. An out-of-family event is an operation or performance outside the expected performance range for a given parameter, or which has not previously been experienced. The Office of Safety and Mission Assurance also screens the shuttle program's flight readiness process and signs the Certificate of Flight Readiness. The shuttle program manager, in turn, is responsible for overall shuttle safety and is supported by a one-person safety staff. The shuttle program has been permitted to organize its safety program as it sees fit, which has resulted in a lack of standardized structure throughout NASA's various centers, enterprises, programs, and projects. The level of funding a program is granted impacts how much safety the program can buy from a center's safety organization. In turn, safety and mission assurance organizations struggle to anticipate program requirements and guarantee adequate support for the many programs for which they are responsible. It is the board's view, shared by previous assessments, that the current safety system structure leaves the Office of Safety and Mission Assurance ill-equipped to hold a strong and central role in integrating safety functions. NASA headquarters has not effectively integrated safety efforts across its culturally and technically distinct centers. In addition, the practice of buying safety services establishes a relationship in which programs sustain the very livelihoods of the safety experts hired to oversee them. These idiosyncrasies of structure and funding preclude the safety organization from effectively providing independent safety analysis. The Commit to Fly review process, as described in Chapters 2 and 6, consists of program reviews and readiness polls that are structured to allow NASA's senior leaders to assess mission readiness. In like fashion, safety organizations affiliated with various projects, programs, and centers at NASA conduct a pre-launch assessment review of safety preparations and mission concerns. The shuttle program does not officially sanction the pre-launch assessment review, which updates the Associate Administrator for Safety and Mission Assurance on safety concerns during the Flight Readiness Review/Certification of Flight Readiness process. The Johnson Space Shuttle Safety, Reliability, and Quality Assurance Division Chief orchestrates his review on behalf of Headquarters. Note that this division chief also advises the Shuttle Program Manager of Safety. Because it lacks independent and analytical rigor, the pre-launch assessment review is only marginally effective. In this arrangement, the Johnson Shuttle Safety, Reliability, and Quality Assurance Division Chief is expected to render an independent assessment of his own activities. Therefore, the board is concerned that the pre-launch assessment review is not an effective check and balance in the flight readiness review. Given that the entire Safety and Mission Assurance organization depends on the shuttle program for resources and simultaneously lacks the independent ability to conduct detailed analyses, cost and schedule pressures can easily and unintentionally influence safety deliberations. Structure and process places shuttle safety programs in the unenviable position of having to choose between rubber-stamping engineering analyses, technical efforts, and shuttle program decisions, or trying to carry the day during a committee meeting in which the other side almost always has more information and analytical capability. End of Part 2 of Chapter 7.
Section 32 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 7C, The Accident's Organizational Causes, Part 3. NASA's Barriers to Communication, Integration, Information Systems, and Databases. By their very nature, high-risk technologies are exceptionally difficult to manage. Complex and intricate, they consist of numerous interrelated parts. Standing alone, components may function adequately, and failure modes may be anticipated. Yet when components are integrated into a total system and work in concert, unanticipated interactions can occur that can lead to catastrophic outcomes. The risks inherent in these technical systems are heightened when they are produced and operated by complex organizations that can also break down in unanticipated ways. The shuttle program is such an organization. All of these factors make effective communication between individuals and between programs absolutely critical. However, the structure and complexity of the shuttle program hinders communication. The shuttle program consists of government and contract personnel who cover an array of scientific and technical disciplines and are affiliated with various dispersed space, research, and test centers. NASA derives its organizational complexity from its origins as much as its widely varied missions. NASA centers naturally evolved with different points of focus, a divergence that the Rogers Commission found evident in the propensity of Marshall personnel to resolve problems without including program managers outside their center, especially managers at Johnson, to whom they officially reported. See Chapter 5. Despite periodic attempts to emphasize safety, NASA's frequent reorganizations in the drive to become more efficient reduced the budget for safety, sending employees conflicting messages and creating conditions more conducive to the development of a conventional bureaucracy than to the maintenance of a safety-conscious research and development organization. Over time, a pattern of ineffective communication has resulted, leaving risks improperly defined, problems unreported, and concerns unexpressed. The question is, why? The transition to the Spaceflight Operations Contract, and the effects it initiated, provides part of the answer. In the Spaceflight Operations Contract, NASA encountered a completely new set of structural constraints that hindered effective communication. New organizational and contractual requirements demanded an even more complex system of shared management reviews, reporting relationships, safety oversight and insight, and program information development, dissemination, and tracking. The Shuttle Independent Assessment Team's report documented these changes, noting that, quote, the size and complexity of the shuttle system and of the NASA contractor relationships place extreme importance on understanding, communication, and information handling, end quote. Among other findings, the Shuttle Independent Assessment Team observed that the current shuttle program culture is too insular. There is a potential for conflicts between contractual and programmatic goals. There are deficiencies in problem and waiver tracking systems. The exchange of communication across the shuttle program hierarchy is structurally limited, both upward and downward. The board believes that deficiencies in communication, including those spelled out by the Shuttle Independent Assessment Team, were a foundation for the Columbia accident. These deficiencies are byproducts of a cumbersome, bureaucratic, and highly complex shuttle program structure and the absence of authority in two key program areas that are responsible for integrating information across all programs and elements in the shuttle program. Integration structures. NASA did not adequately prepare for the consequences of adding organizational structure and process complexity in the transition to the spaceflight operations contract. The agency's lack of a centralized clearinghouse for integration and safety further hindered safe operations. In the board's opinion, the Shuttle Integration and Shuttle Safety, Reliability, and Quality Assurance offices do not fully integrate information on behalf of the shuttle program. This is due, in part, to an irregular division of responsibilities between the Integration Office and the Orbiter Vehicle Engineering Office, and the absence of a truly independent safety organization. Within the shuttle program, the Orbiter Office handles many key integration tasks, even though the Integration Office appears to be the more logical office to conduct them. The Orbiter Office does not actively participate in the Integration Control Board, and Orbiter Office managers are actually ranked above their Integration Office counterparts. These uncoordinated roles result in conflicting and erroneous information, and support the perception that the Orbiter Office is isolated from the Integration Office and has its own priorities. The shuttle program's structure and process for safety and mission assurance activities further confuse authority and responsibility by giving the program's safety and mission assurance manager technical oversight of the safety aspects of the space flight operations contract, while simultaneously making the Johnson Space Shuttle Division Chief responsible for advising the program on safety performance. As a result, no one office or person in program management is responsible for developing an integrated risk assessment above the subsystem level that would provide a comprehensive picture of total program risks. The net effect is that many shuttle program safety, quality, and mission assurance roles are never clearly defined. Safety information systems. Numerous reviews and independent assessments have noted that NASA's safety system does not effectively manage risk. In particular, these reviews have observed that the processes in which NASA tracks and attempts to mitigate the risks posed by components on its critical items list is flawed. The Post-Challenger Evaluation of Space Shuttle Risk Assessment and Management Report, 1988, concluded that, quote, the committee views NASA Critical Items List, CIL, waiver decision-making process as being subjective, with little in the way of formal and consistent criteria for approval or rejection of waivers. Waiver decisions appear to be driven almost exclusively by the design-based failure mode effects analysis, FMEA/CIL retention rationale, rather than being based on an integrated assessment of all inputs to risk management. The retention rationales appear biased toward proving that the design is safe, sometimes ignoring significant evidence to the contrary." End quote. The report continues, quote, "The committee has not found an independent, detailed analysis or assessment of the CIL retention rationale which considers all inputs to the risk assessment process." End quote. 10 years later, the Shuttle Independent Assessment Team reported, quote, "risk management process erosion created by the desire to reduce costs." End quote. The Shuttle Independent Assessment Team argued strongly that NASA safety and mission assurance should be restored to its previous role of an independent oversight body, and safety and mission assurance not be simply a safety auditor. Space Shuttle Safety Upgrade Program. NASA presented a Space Shuttle Safety Upgrade Initiative to Congress as part of its fiscal year 2001 budget in March 2000. This initiative sought to create, quote, "a proactive upgrade program to keep shuttle flying safely and efficiently to 2012 and beyond, to meet agency commitments and goals for human access to space." End quote. The planned shuttle safety upgrades included electric auxiliary power unit, improved main landing gear tire, orbiter cockpit/avionics upgrades, Space Shuttle Main Engine Advanced Health Management System, Block 3 Space Shuttle Main Engine, Solid Rocket Booster Thrust Vector Control/Auxiliary Power Unit Upgrades Plan, redesigned solid rocket motor, propellant grain geometry modification and external tank upgrades, friction stir weld. The plan called for the upgrades to be completed by 2008. However, as discussed in Chapter 5, every proposed safety upgrade, with a few exceptions, was either not approved or was deferred. The irony of the Space Shuttle Safety Upgrade Program was that the strategy placed emphasis on keeping the shuttle flying safely and efficiently to 2012 and beyond, yet the Spaceflight Leadership Council accepted the upgrades only as long as they were financially feasible. Funding a safety upgrade in order to fly safely and then canceling it for budgetary reasons makes the concept of mission safety rather hollow. The board found similar problems with integrated hazard analyses of debris strikes on the orbiter. In addition, the information systems supporting the shuttle, intended to be tools for decision-making, are extremely cumbersome and difficult to use at any level. The following addresses the hazard tracking tools and major databases in the shuttle program that promote risk management. Hazard analysis. A fundamental element of system safety is managing and controlling hazards. NASA's only guidance on hazard analysis is outlined in the Methodology for Conduct of Space Shuttle Program Hazard Analysis, which merely lists tools available. Therefore, it is not surprising that hazard analysis processes are applied inconsistently across systems, subsystems, assemblies, and components. United Space Alliance, which is responsible for both orbiter integration and shuttle safety reliability and quality assurance, delegates hazard analysis to Boeing. However, as of 2001, the shuttle program no longer requires Boeing to conduct integrated hazard analyses. Instead, Boeing now performs hazard analysis only at the subsystem level. In other words, Boeing analyzes hazards to components and elements, but is not required to consider the shuttle as a whole. Since the current failure mode effects analysis/critical item list process is designed for bottom-up analysis at the component level, it cannot effectively support the kind of top-down hazard analysis that is needed to inform managers on risk trends and identify potentially harmful interactions between systems. The Critical Item List, CIL, tracks 5,396 individual shuttle hazards, of which 4,222 are deemed Criticality 1/1R. Of these, 3,233 have waivers. CRIT 1/1R component failures are defined as those that will result in loss of the orbiter and crew. Waivers are granted whenever a critical item list component cannot be redesigned or replaced. More than 36% of these waivers have not been reviewed in 10 years, a sign that NASA is not aggressively monitoring changes in system risk. It is worth noting that the shuttle's thermal protection system is on the critical item list, and an existing hazard analysis and hazard report deals with debris strikes. As discussed in Chapter 6, Hazard Report 37 is ineffectual as a decision aid, yet the shuttle program never challenged its validity at the pivotal STS-113 flight readiness review. Although the shuttle program has undoubtedly learned a great deal about the technological limitations inherent in shuttle operations, it is equally clear that risk, as represented by the number of critical items list and waivers, has grown substantially without a vigorous effort to assess and reduce technical problems that increase risk. An information system bulging with over 5,000 critical items and 3,200 waivers is exceedingly difficult to manage. Hazard reports. Hazard reports, written either by the Space Shuttle program or a contractor, document conditions that threaten the safe operation of the shuttle. Managers use these reports to evaluate risk and justify flight. During mission preparations, contractors and centers review all baseline hazard reports to ensure they are current and technically correct. Board investigators found that a large number of hazard reports contained subjective and qualitative judgments, such as believed and based on experience from previous flights, this hazard is an accepted risk. A critical ingredient of a healthy safety program is the rigorous implementation of technical standards. These standards must include more than hazard analysis or low-level technical activities. Standards must integrate project engineering and management activities. Finally, a mechanism for feedback on the effectiveness of system safety engineering and management needs to be built into procedures to learn if safety engineering and management methods are weakening over time. Dysfunctional databases. In its investigation, the board found that the information systems that support the shuttle program are extremely cumbersome and difficult to use in decision-making at any level. For obvious reasons, these shortcomings imperil the shuttle program's ability to disseminate and share critical information among its many layers. This section explores the report databases that are crucial to effective risk management. Problem reporting and corrective action. The Problem Reporting and Corrective Action database records any nonconformances, instances in which a requirement is not met. Formerly, different centers and contractors used the Problem Reporting and Corrective Action database differently, which prevented comparisons across its database. NASA recently initiated an effort to integrate these databases to permit anyone in the agency to access information from different centers. This system, Web Program Compliance Assurance and Status System, WebPCAS, is supposed to provide easier access to consolidated information and facilitates higher-level searches. However, NASA's safety managers have complained that the system is too time-consuming and cumbersome. Only employees trained on the database seem capable of using WebPCAS effectively. One particularly frustrating aspect of which the board is acutely aware is the database's waiver section. It is a critical information source, but only the most expert users can employ it effectively. The database is also incomplete. For instance, in the case of foam strikes on the thermal protection system, only strikes that were declared in-flight anomalies are added to the Problem Reporting and Corrective Action database, which masks the full extent of the foam debris trends. Lessons Learned Information System. The Lessons Learned Information System database is a much simpler system to use, and it can assist with hazard identification and risk assessment. However, personnel familiar with the Lessons Learned Information System indicate that design engineers and mission assurance personnel use it only on an ad hoc basis, therefore limiting its utility. The Board is not the first to note such deficiencies. Numerous reports, including most recently a General Accounting Office 2001 report, highlighted fundamental weaknesses in the collection and sharing of lessons learned by program and project managers. Conclusions. Throughout the course of this investigation, the Board found that the shuttle program's complexity demands highly effective communication, yet integrated hazard reports and risk analyses are rarely communicated effectively, nor are the many databases used by shuttle program engineers and managers capable of translating operational experiences into effective risk management practices. Although the Space Shuttle system has conducted a relatively small number of missions, there is more than enough data to generate performance trends. As it is currently structured, the shuttle program does not use data-driven safety methodologies to their fullest advantage. 7.5. Organizational Causes, Impact of a Flawed Safety Culture on STS-107. In this section, the Board examines how and why an array of processes, groups, and individuals in the shuttle program failed to appreciate the severity and implications of the foam strike on STS-107. The Board believes that the shuttle program should have been able to detect the foam trend and more fully appreciate the danger it represented. Recall that safety culture refers to the collection of characteristics and attitudes in an organization, promoted by its leaders and internalized by its members, that makes safety an overriding priority. In the following analysis, the Board outlines shortcomings in the Space Shuttle program, debris assessment team, and mission management team that resulted from a flawed safety culture. Shuttle program shortcomings. The flight readiness process, which involves every organization affiliated with a shuttle mission, missed the danger signals in the history of foam loss. Generally, the higher information is transmitted in a hierarchy, the more it gets rolled up, abbreviated and simplified. Sometimes information gets lost altogether, as weak signals drop from memos, problem identification systems, and formal presentations. The same conclusions, repeated over time, can result in problems eventually being deemed non-problems. An ordinary example of this phenomenon is how shuttle program managers assumed the foam strike on STS-112 was not a warning sign. See Chapter 6. During the STS-113 Flight Readiness Review, the bipod foam strike to STS-112 was rationalized by simply restating earlier assessments of foam loss. The question of why bipod foam would detach and strike a solid rocket booster spawned no further analysis or heightened curiosity. Nor did anyone challenge the weakness of external tank project managers' argument that backed launching the next mission. After STS-113's successful flight, once again the STS-112 foam event was not discussed at the STS-107 Flight Readiness Review. The failure to mention an outstanding technical anomaly, even if not technically a violation of NASA's own procedures, desensitized the shuttle program to the dangers of foam striking the thermal protection system, and demonstrated just how easily the flight preparation process can be compromised. In short, the dangers of bipod foam got rolled up, which resulted in a missed opportunity to make shuttle managers aware that the shuttle required and did not yet have a fix for the problem. Once the Columbia foam strike was discovered, the mission management team chairperson asked for the rationale the STS-113 Flight Readiness Review used to launch in spite of the STS-112 foam strike. In her email, she admitted that the analysis used to continue flying was, in a word, lousy. Chapter 6. This admission, that the rationale to fly was rubber-stamped, is, to say the least, unsettling. The flight readiness process is supposed to be shielded from outside influence, and is viewed as both rigorous and systematic. yet the shuttle program is invariably influenced by external factors, including, in the case of the STS-107, schedule demands. Collectively, such factors shape how the program establishes mission schedules and sets budget priorities, which affects safety oversight, workforce levels, facility maintenance, and contractor workloads. Ultimately, external expectations and pressures impact even data collection, trend analysis, information development, and the reporting and disposition of anomalies. These realities contradict NASA's optimistic belief that pre-flight reviews provide true safeguards against unacceptable hazards. The schedule pressure to launch International Space Station Node 2 is a powerful example of this point. Section 6.2. The premium placed on maintaining an operational schedule, combined with ever-decreasing resources, gradually led shuttle managers and engineers to miss signals of potential danger. Foam strikes on the Orbiter's thermal protection system, no matter what the size of the debris, were normalized and accepted as not being a safety of flight risk. Clearly, the risk of thermal protection damage due to such a strike needed to be better understood in quantifiable terms. External tank foam loss should have been eliminated or mitigated with redundant layers of protection. If there was in fact a strong safety culture at NASA, safety experts would have had the authority to test the actual resilience of the leading-edge reinforced carbon-carbon panels, as the board has done. Debris Assessment Team Shortcomings. Chapter 6 details the debris assessment team's efforts to obtain additional imagery of Columbia. When managers in the shuttle program denied the team's request for imagery, the debris assessment team was put in the untenable position of having to prove that a safety of flight issue existed without the very images that would permit such a determination. This is precisely the opposite of how an effective safety culture would act. Organizations that deal with high-risk operations must always have a healthy fear of failure. Operations must be proved safe, rather than the other way around. NASA inverted this burden of proof. Another crucial failure involves the Boeing engineers who conducted the crater analysis. The debris assessment team relied on the inputs of these engineers, along with many others, to assess the potential damage caused by the foam strike. Prior to STS-107, crater analysis was the responsibility of a team at Boeing's Huntington Beach facility in California. But this responsibility had recently been transferred to Boeing's Houston office. In October 2002, the shuttle program completed a risk assessment that predicted the move of Boeing functions from Huntington Beach to Houston would increase risk to shuttle missions through the end of 2003 because of the small number of experienced engineers who were willing to relocate. To mitigate this risk, NASA and United Space Alliance developed a transition plan to run through January 2003. The board has discovered that the implementation of the transition plan was incomplete and that training of replacement personnel was not uniform. STS-107 was the first mission during which Johnson-based Boeing engineers conducted analysis without guidance and oversight from engineers at Huntington Beach. Even though STS-107's debris strike was 400 times larger than the object's crater is designed to model, neither Johnson engineers nor program managers appealed for assistance from the more experienced Huntington Beach engineers, who might have cautioned against using crater so far outside its validated limits. Nor did safety personnel provide any additional oversight. NASA failed to connect the dots. The engineers who misinterpreted crater, a tool already unsuited to the task at hand, were the very ones the shuttle program identified as engendering the most risk in their transition from Huntington Beach. The board views this example as characteristic of the greater turbulence the shuttle program experienced in the decade before Columbia as a result of workforce reductions and management reforms. Mission Management Team Shortcomings. In the board's view, The decision to fly STS-113 without a compelling explanation for why bipod foam had separated on ascent during the preceding mission, combined with the low number of mission management team meetings during STS-107, indicates that the shuttle program had become overconfident. Over time, the organization determined it did not need daily meetings during a mission, in spite regulations that state otherwise. Status update meetings should provide an opportunity to raise concerns and hold discussions across structural and technical boundaries. The leader of such meetings must encourage participation and guarantee that problems are assessed and resolved fully. All voices must be heard, which can be difficult when facing a hierarchy. An employee's location in the hierarchy can encourage silence. Organizations interested in safety must take steps to guarantee that all relevant information is presented to decision makers. This did not happen in the meetings during the Columbia mission. See Chapter 6. For instance, emails from engineers at Johnson and Langley conveyed the depth of their concern about the foam strike, the questions they had about its implications, and the actions they wanted to take as a follow-up. However, these emails did not reach the mission management team. The failure to convey the urgency of engineering concerns was caused, at least in part, by organizational structure and spheres of authority. The Langley emails were circulated among co-workers at Johnson, who explored the possible effects of the foam strike and its consequences for landing. Yet, like debris assessment team co-chair Rodney Rocha, they kept their concerns within local channels and did not forward them to the mission management team. They were separated from the decision-making process by distance and rank. Similarly, mission management team participants felt pressured to remain quiet unless discussion turned to their particular area of technical or system expertise, and, even then, to be brief. The initial damage assessment briefing prepared for the mission evaluation room was cut down considerably in order to make it fit the schedule. Even so, it took 40 minutes. It was cut down further to a 3-minute discussion topic at the mission management team. Tapes of STS-107 mission management team sessions reveal a noticeable rush by the meeting's leader to the preconceived bottom line that there was no safety of flight issue. See Chapter 6. Program managers created huge barriers against dissenting opinions by stating preconceived conclusions based on subjective knowledge and experience, rather than on solid data. Managers demonstrated little concern for mission safety. Organizations with strong safety cultures generally acknowledge that a leader's best response to unanimous consent is to play devil's advocate and encourage an exhaustive debate. Mission management team leaders failed to seek out such minority opinions. Imagine the difference if any shuttle manager had simply asked, "Prove to me that Columbia has not been harmed." Similarly, organizations committed to effective communication seek avenues through which unidentified concerns and dissenting insights can be raised, so that weak signals are not lost in background noise. Common methods of bringing minority opinions to the fore include hazard reports, suggestion programs, and empowering employees to call time out, Chapter 10. For these methods to be effective, they must mitigate the fear of retribution, and management and technical staff must pay attention. Shuttle program hazard reporting is seldom used, safety timeouts are at times disregarded, and informal efforts to gain support are squelched. The very fact that engineers felt inclined to conduct simulated blown tire landings at Ames after hours indicates their reluctance to bring the concern up in established channels. Safety shortcomings. The board believes that the safety organization, due to a lack of capability and resources independent of the shuttle program, was not an effective voice in discussing technical issues or mission operations pertaining to STS-107. The safety personnel present in the debris assessment team, mission evaluation room, and on the mission management team were largely silent during the events leading up to the loss of Columbia. That silence was not merely a failure of safety, but a failure of the entire organization. 7.6. Findings and Recommendations. The evidence that supports the organizational causes also led the board to conclude that NASA's current organization, which combines in the shuttle program all authority and responsibility for schedule, cost, manifest, safety, technical requirements, and waivers to technical requirements, is not an effective check and balance to achieve safety and mission assurance. Further, NASA's Office of Safety and Mission Assurance does not have the independence and authority that the board and many outside reviews believe is necessary. Consequently, the Space Shuttle program does not consistently demonstrate the characteristics of organizations that effectively manage high risk. Therefore, the board offers the following findings and recommendations. Findings. F7.1-1. Throughout its history, NASA has consistently struggled to achieve viable safety programs and adjust them to the constraints and vagaries of changing budgets. Yet, according to multiple high-level independent reviews, NASA's safety system has fallen short of the mark. F7.4-1. The Associate Administrator for Safety and Mission Assurance is not responsible for safety and mission assurance execution, as intended by the Rogers Commission, but is responsible for safety and mission assurance policy, advice, coordination, and budgets. This view is consistent with NASA's recent philosophy of management at a strategic level at NASA headquarters, but contrary to the Rogers Commission recommendation. F7.4-2. Safety and mission assurance organizations supporting the shuttle program are largely dependent upon the program for funding, which hampers their status as independent advisors. F7.4-3. Over the past 2 decades, little or no progress has been made toward attaining integrated, independent, and detailed analyses of risk to the Space Shuttle system. F7.4-4. System safety engineering and management is separated from mainstream engineering, is not vigorous enough to have an impact on system design, and is hidden in the other safety disciplines at NASA headquarters. F7.4-5. Risk information and data from hazard analyses are not communicated effectively to the risk assessment and mission assurance processes. The board could not find adequate application of a process, database, or metric analysis tool that took an integrated, systemic view of the entire Space Shuttle system. F7.4-6. The Space Shuttle Systems Integration Office handles all shuttle systems except the orbiter. Therefore, it is not a true integration office. F7.4-7. When the Integration Office convenes the Integration Control Board, the Orbiter Office usually does not send a representative, and its staff makes verbal inputs only when requested. F7.4-8. The Integration Office did not have continuous responsibility to integrate responses to bipod foam shedding from various offices. Sometimes the Orbiter Office had responsibility. Sometimes the External Tank Office at Marshall Space Flight Center had responsibility, and sometimes the bipod shedding did not result in any designation of an in-flight anomaly. Integration did not occur. F7.4-9. NASA information databases, such as the Problem Reporting and Corrective Action and the Web Program Compliance Assurance and Status System, are marginally effective decision tools. F7.4-10. Senior safety, reliability, and quality assurance and element managers do not use the Lessons Learned Information System when making decisions. NASA subsequently does not have a constructive program to use past lessons to educate engineers, managers, astronauts, or safety personnel. F7.4-11. The Space Shuttle program has a wealth of data tucked away in multiple databases, without a convenient way to integrate and use the data for management, engineering, or safety decisions. F7.4-12. The dependence of safety, reliability, and quality assurance personnel on shuttle program support limits their ability to oversee operations and communicate potential problems throughout the organization. F7.4-13. There are conflicting roles, responsibilities, and guidance in the Space Shuttle safety programs. The Safety and Mission Assurance Pre-Launch Assessment Review process is not recognized by the Space Shuttle program as a requirement that must be followed. NSTS 22778. Failure to consistently apply the Pre-Launch Assessment Review as a requirements document creates confusion about roles and responsibilities in the NASA safety organization. Recommendations. R7.5-1. Establish an independent technical engineering authority that is responsible for technical requirements and all waivers to them, and will build a disciplined, systematic approach to identifying, analyzing, and controlling hazards throughout the life cycle of the shuttle program. The independent technical authority does the following as a minimum. Develop and maintain technical standards for all Space Shuttle program projects and elements. Be the sole waiver-granting authority for all technical standards. Conduct trend and risk analysis at the subsystem, system, and enterprise levels. Own the failure mode, effects analysis, and hazard reporting systems. Conduct integrated hazard analysis. Decide what is and is not an anomalous event. Independently verify launch readiness. Approve the provisions of the recertification program called for in Recommendation R9.1-1. The Technical Engineering Authority should be funded directly from NASA headquarters and should have no connection to or responsibility for schedule or program cost. R7.5-2. NASA Headquarters Office of Safety and Mission Assurance should have direct line authority over the entire Space Shuttle program safety organization and should be independently resourced. R7.5-3. Reorganize the Space Shuttle Integration Office to make it capable of integrating all elements of the Space Shuttle program, including the orbiter. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Shipp. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 8A, History as Cause, Columbia and Challenger, Part 1. The board began its investigation with two central questions about NASA decisions. Why did NASA continue to fly with known foam debris problems in the years preceding the Columbia launch? And why did NASA managers conclude that the foam debris strike 81.9 seconds into Columbia's flight was not a threat to the safety of the mission, despite the concerns of their engineers? 8.1. Echoes of Challenger. As the investigation progressed, board member Dr. Sally Ride, who also served on the Rogers Commission, observed that there were echoes of Challenger in Columbia. Ironically, the Rogers Commission investigation into Challenger started with two remarkably similar central questions. Why did NASA continue to fly with known O-ring erosion problems in the years before the Challenger launch? And why, on the eve of the Challenger launch, did NASA managers decide that launching the mission in such cold temperatures was an acceptable risk, despite the concerns of their engineers? The echoes did not stop there. The foam debris hit was not the single cause of the Columbia accident, just as the failure of the joint seal that permitted O-ring erosion was not the single cause of Challenger. Both Columbia and Challenger were lost also because of the failure of NASA's organizational system. Part 2 of this report cites failures of the 3 parts of NASA's organizational system. This chapter shows how previous political, budgetary and policy decisions by leaders at the White House, Congress and NASA, Chapter 5, impacted the Space Shuttle's program's structure, culture and safety system, Chapter 7, and how these in turn resulted in flawed decision-making, Chapter 6, for both accidents. The explanation is about system effects, how actions taken in one layer of NASA's organizational system impact other layers. History is not just a backdrop or a scene setter. History is cause. History set the Columbia and Challenger accidents in motion, although Part 2 is separated into chapters and sections to make clear what happened in the political environment, the organization, and managers' and engineers' decision-making. The 3 worked together. Each is a critical link in the causal chain. This chapter shows that both accidents were failures of foresight, in which history played a prominent role. First, the history of engineering decisions on foam and O-ring incidents had identical trajectories that normalized these anomalies so that flying with these flaws became routine and acceptable. Second, NASA history had an effect. In response to White House and congressional mandates, NASA leaders took actions that created systemic organizational flaws at the time of Challenger that were also present for Columbia. The final section compares the 2 critical decision sequences immediately before the loss of both orbiters, the pre-launch teleconference for Challenger and the post-launch foam strike discussions for Columbia. It shows history again at work, how past definitions of risk combined with systemic problems in the NASA organization caused both accidents. Connecting the parts of NASA's organizational system and drawing the parallels with Challenger demonstrate 3 things. First, despite all the post-Challenger changes at NASA and the agency's notable achievements since, the causes of the institutional failure responsible for Challenger have not been fixed. Second, the board strongly believes that if these persistent systemic flaws are not resolved, the scene is set for another accident. Therefore, the recommendations for change are not only for fixing the shuttle's technical system, but also for fixing each part of the organizational system that produced Columbia's failure. Third, the board's focus on the context in which decision-making occurred does not mean that individuals are not responsible and accountable. To the contrary, individuals always must assume responsibility for their actions. What it does mean is that NASA's problems cannot be solved simply by retirements, resignations, or transferring personnel. The constraints under which the agency has operated throughout the shuttle program have contributed to both shuttle accidents. Although NASA leaders have played an important role, these constraints were not entirely of NASA's own making. The White House and Congress must recognize the role of their decisions in this accident and take responsibility for safety in the future. 8.2 Failures of Foresight, 2 Decision Histories and the Normalization of Deviance. Foam loss may have occurred on all missions, and left bipod ramp foam loss occurred on 10% of the flights for which visible evidence exists. The board had a hard time understanding how, after the bitter lessons of Challenger, NASA could have failed to identify a similar trend. Rather than view the foam decision only in hindsight, the board tried to see the foam incidents as NASA engineers and managers saw them as they made their decisions. This section gives an insider perspective, how NASA defined risk and how those definitions changed over time for both foam debris hits and O-ring erosion. In both cases, engineers and managers conducting risk assessments continually normalized the technical deviations they found. In all official engineering analyses and launch recommendations prior to the accidents, evidence that the design was not performing as expected was reinterpreted as acceptable and non-deviant, which diminished perceptions of risk throughout the agency. The initial shuttle design predicted neither foam debris problems nor poor sealing action of the solid rocket booster joints. To experience either on a mission was a violation of design specifications. These anomalies were signals of potential danger, not something to be tolerated. But in both cases, after the first incident, the engineering analysis concluded that the design could tolerate the damage. These engineers decided to implement a temporary fix and/or accept the risk and fly. For both O-rings and foam, that first decision was a turning point. It established a precedent for accepting rather than eliminating these technical deviations. As a result of this new classification, subsequent incidents of O-ring erosion or foam debris strikes were not defined as signals of danger, but as evidence that the design was now acting as predicted. Engineers and managers incorporated worsening anomalies into the engineering experience base, which functioned as an elastic waistband, expanding to hold larger deviations from the original design. Anomalies that did not lead to catastrophic failure were treated as a source of valid engineering data that justified further flights. These anomalies were translated into a safety margin that was extremely influential, allowing engineers and managers to add incrementally to the amount and seriousness of damage that was acceptable. Both O-ring erosion and foam debris events were repeatedly addressed in NASA's flight readiness reviews, but never fully resolved. In both cases, the engineering analysis was incomplete and inadequate. Engineers understood what was happening, but they never understood why. NASA continued to implement a series of small corrective actions, living with the problems until it was too late. NASA documents show how official classifications of risk were downgraded over time. Program managers designated both the foam problems and O-ring erosion as acceptable risks in flight readiness reviews. NASA managers also assigned each bipod foam event in-flight anomaly status and then removed the designation as corrective actions were implemented. But when major bipod foam shedding occurred on STS-112 in October 2002, program management did not assign an in-flight anomaly. Instead, it downgraded the problem to the lowest status of an action item. Before Challenger, the problematic solid rocket booster joint had been elevated to a Criticality 1 item on NASA's Critical Items list, which ranked shuttle components by failure consequences and noted why each was an acceptable risk. The joint was later demoted to a Criticality 1R, redundant, and then in the month before Challenger's launch was closed out of the problem reporting system. Prior to both accidents, this demotion from high-risk item to low-risk item was very similar, but with some important differences. Damaging the Orbiter's thermal protection system, especially its fragile tiles, was normalized even before shuttle launches began. It was expected due to forces at launch, orbit and re-entry. So normal was replacement of thermal protection system materials that NASA managers budgeted for tile cost and turnaround maintenance time from the start. It was a small and logical next step for the discovery of foam debris damage to the tiles to be viewed by NASA as part of an already existing maintenance problem, an assessment based on experience, not on a thorough hazard analysis. Foam debris anomalies came to be categorized by the reassuring term in-family, a formal classification indicating that new occurrences of an anomaly were within the engineering experience base. In-family was a strange term indeed for a violation of system requirements. Although in-family was a designation introduced post-Challenger to separate problems by seriousness so that out-of-family problems got more attention, by definition the problems that were shifted into the lesser in-family category got less attention. The board's investigation uncovered no paper trail showing escalating concern about the foam problem like the one that solid rocket booster engineers left prior to Challenger. So ingrained was the agency's belief that foam debris was not a threat to flight safety that in press briefings after the Columbia accident, the Space Shuttle program managers still discounted the foam as a probable cause, saying that shuttle managers were comfortable with their previous risk assessments. From the beginning, NASA's belief about both these problems was affected by the fact that engineers were evaluating them in a work environment where technical problems were normal. Although management treated the shuttle as operational, it was in reality an experimental vehicle. Many anomalies were expected on each mission. Against this backdrop, an anomaly was not in itself a warning sign of impending catastrophe. Another contributing factor was that both foam debris strikes and O-ring erosion events were examined separately, one at a time. Individual incidents were not read by engineers as strong signals of danger. What NASA engineers and managers saw were pieces of ill-structured problems. An incident of O-ring erosion or foam bipod debris would be followed by several launches where the machine behaved properly, so that signals of danger were followed by all-clear signals. In other words, NASA managers and engineers were receiving mixed signals. Some signals defined as weak at the time were, in retrospect, warnings of danger. Foam debris-damaged tire was assumed erroneously not to pose a danger to the wing. If a primary O-ring failed, the secondary was assumed erroneously to provide a backup. Finally, because foam debris strikes were occurring frequently, like O-ring erosion in the years before Challenger, foam anomalies became routine signals, a normal part of shuttle operations, not signals of danger. Other anomalies gave signals that were strong, like wiring malfunctions or the cracked balls in ball strut tie rod assemblies, which had a clear relationship to a loss of mission. On those occasions, NASA stood down from launch, sometimes for months, while the problems were corrected. In contrast, foam debris and eroding O-rings were defined as nagging issues of seemingly little consequence. Their significance became clear only in retrospect after lives had been lost. History became cause as the repeating pattern of anomalies was ratified as safe in flight readiness reviews. The official definitions of risk assigned to each anomaly in flight readiness reviews limited the actions taken and the resources spent on these problems. Two examples of the road not taken and the devastating implications for the future occurred close in time to both accidents. On the October 2002 launch of STS-112, a large piece of bipod ramp foam hit and damaged the external tank attachment ring on the solid rocket booster skirt, a strong signal of danger 10 years after the last known bipod ramp foam event. Prior to Challenger, there was a comparable surprise. After a January 1985 launch, for which the shuttle sat on the launch pad for 3 consecutive nights of unprecedented cold temperatures, engineers discovered, upon the Orbiter's return, that hot gases had eroded the primary and reached the secondary O-ring, blackening the putty in between, an indication that the joint nearly failed. But accidents are not always preceded by a wake-up call. In 1985, engineers realized they needed data on the relationship between cold temperatures and O-ring erosion. However, the task of getting better temperature data stayed on the back burner because of the definition of risk. The primary erosion was within the experience base. The secondary O-ring, thought to be redundant, was not damaged and, significantly, there was a low probability that such cold Florida temperatures would recur. The scorched putty, initially a strong signal, was redefined after analysis as weak. On the eve of the Challenger launch, when cold temperature became a concern, engineers had no test data on the effect of cold temperatures on O-ring erosion. Before Columbia, engineers concluded that the damage from the STS-112 foam hit in October 2002 was not a threat to flight safety. The logic was that, yes, the foam piece was large and there was damage, but no serious consequence followed. Further, a hit this size, like cold temperature, was a low probability event. After analysis, the biggest foam hit to date was redefined as a weak signal. A similar self-defeating actions and inactions followed. Engineers were again dealing with the poor quality of tracking camera images of strikes during ascent. Yet NASA took no steps to improve imagery and took no immediate action to reduce the risk of bipod ramp foam shedding and potential damage to the orbiter before Columbia. Furthermore, NASA performed no tests on what would happen if a wing leading edge was struck by bipod foam, even though foam had repeatedly separated from the external tank. During the Challenger investigation, Rogers Commission member Dr. Richard Feynman famously compared launching shuttles with known problems to playing Russian roulette. But that characterization is only possible in hindsight. It is not how NASA personnel perceived the risks as they were being assessed, one launch at a time. Playing Russian roulette implies that the pistol holder realizes that death might be imminent and still takes the risk. For both foam debris and O-ring erosion, fixes were in the works at the time of the accidents, but there was no rush to complete them because neither problem was defined as a showstopper. Each time an incident occurred, the flight readiness process declared it safe to continue flying. Taken one at a time, each decision seemed correct. The agency allocated attention and resources to these two problems accordingly. The consequences of living with both of these anomalies were, in its view, minor. Not all engineers agreed in the months immediately preceding Challenger, but the dominant view at NASA, the managerial view, was, as one manager put it, we were just eroding rubber O-rings, which was a low-cost problem. The financial consequences of foam debris also were relatively low. Replacing tiles extended the turnaround time between launches. In both cases, NASA was comfortable with its analyses. Prior to each accident, the agency saw no greater consequences on the horizon. 8.3. System Effects: The Impact of History and Politics on Risky Work. The series of engineering decisions that normalize technical deviations shows one way that history became cause in both accidents. But NASA's own history encouraged this pattern of flying with known flaws. 17 years separated the two accidents. NASA administrators, Congresses, and political administrations changed. However, NASA's political and budgetary situation remained the same in principle as it had been since the inception of the shuttle program. NASA remained a politicized and vulnerable agency, dependent on key political players who accepted NASA's ambitious proposals and then imposed strict budget limits. Post-Challenger policy decisions made by the White House, Congress, and NASA leadership resulted in the agency reproducing many of the failings identified by the Rogers Commission. Policy constraints affected the shuttle program's organizational culture, its structure, and the structure of the safety system. The three combined to keep NASA on its slippery slope toward Challenger and Columbia. NASA culture allowed flying with flaws when problems were defined as normal and routine. The structure of NASA's shuttle program blocked the flow of critical information up the hierarchy, so definitions of risk continued unaltered. Finally, a perennially weakened safety system, unable to critically analyze and intervene, had no choice but to ratify the existing risk assessments on these two problems. The following comparison shows that these system effects persisted through time and affected engineering decisions in the years leading up to both accidents. The board found that dangerous aspects of NASA's 1986 culture, identified by the Rogers Commission, remained unchanged. The Space Shuttle program had been built on compromises hammered out by the White House and NASA headquarters. As a result, NASA was transformed from a research and development agency to more of a business, with schedules, production pressures, deadlines, and cost efficiency goals elevated to the level of technical innovation and safety goals. The Rogers Commission dedicated an entire chapter of its report to production pressures. Moreover, the Rogers Commission, as well as the 1990 Augustine Committee and the 1999 Shuttle Independent Assessment Team, criticized NASA for treating the shuttle as if it were an operational vehicle. Launching on a tight schedule, which the agency had pursued as part of its initial bargain with the White House, was not the way to operate what was in fact an experimental vehicle. The board found that prior to Columbia, a budget-limited space shuttle program forced again and again to refashion itself into an efficiency model because of repeated government cutbacks was beset by these same ills. The harmful effects of schedule pressure identified in previous reports had returned. Prior to both accidents, NASA was scrambling to keep up. Not only were schedule pressures impacting the people who worked most closely with the technology, Technicians, mission operators, flight crews and vehicle processors, engineering decisions also were affected. For foam debris and O-ring erosion, the definition of risk established during the flight readiness process determined actions taken and not taken, but the schedule and shoestring budget were equally influential. NASA was cutting corners. Launches proceeded with incomplete engineering work on these flaws. Challenger-era engineers were working on a permanent fix for the booster joints while launches continued. After the major foam bipod hit on STS-112, management made the deadline for corrective action on the foam problem after the next launch, STS-113, and then slipped it again until after the flight of STS-107. Delays for flow liner and ball strut tie rod assembly problems left no margin in the schedule between February 2003 and the management-imposed February 2004 launch date for the International Space Station Node 2. Available resources, including time out of the schedule for research and hardware modifications, went to the problems that were designated as serious, those most likely to bring down a shuttle. The NASA culture encouraged flying with flaws because the schedule could not be held up for routine problems that were not defined as a threat to mission safety. The question the board had to answer was why, since the foam debris anomalies went on for so long, had no one recognized the trend and intervened. The O-ring history prior to Challenger had followed the same pattern. This organisation pointed the board's attention toward the NASA organisation structure and the structure of its safety system. Safety-oriented organisations often build in checks and balances to identify and monitor signals of potential danger. If these checks and balances were in place in the shuttle program, they weren't working. Again, past policy decisions produced system effects with implications for both Challenger and Columbia. Prior to Challenger, shuttle program structure had hindered information flows, leading the Rogers Commission to conclude that critical information about technical problems was not conveyed effectively through the hierarchy. The Space Shuttle program had altered its structure by outsourcing to contractors, which added to communication problems. The Commission recommended many changes to remedy these problems, and NASA made many of them. However, the board found that those post-Challenger changes were undone over time by management actions. NASA administrators, reacting to government pressures, transferred more functions and responsibilities to the private sector. The change was cost-efficient, but personnel cuts reduced oversight of contractors at the same time that the agency's dependence upon contractor engineering judgment increased. When high-risk technology is the product and lives are at stake, safety, oversight and communication flows are critical. The board found that the shuttle program's normal chain of command and matrix system did not perform a check and balance function on either foam or O-rings. The flight readiness review process might have reversed the disastrous trend of normalizing O-ring erosion and foam debris hits, but it didn't. In fact, the Rogers Commission found that the flight readiness process only affirmed the pre-Challenger engineering risk assessments. Equally troubling, the board found that the flight readiness process, which is built on consensus verified by signatures of all responsible parties, in effect renders no one accountable. Although the process was altered after Challenger, these changes did not erase the basic problems that were built into the structure of the flight readiness review. Managers at the top were dependent on engineers at the bottom for their engineering analysis and risk assessments. Information was lost as engineering risk analyses moved through the process. At succeeding stages, management awareness of anomalies and therefore risks was reduced either because of the need to be increasingly brief and concise as all the parts of the system came together, or because of the need to produce consensus decisions at each level. The flight readiness process was designed to assess hardware and take corrective actions that would transform known problems into acceptable flight risks. And that is precisely what it did. The 1986 House Committee on Science and Technology concluded during its investigation into Challenger that flight readiness reviews had performed exactly as they were designed. but that they could not be expected to replace engineering analysis, and therefore they cannot be expected to prevent a flight because of a design flaw that project management had already determined as an acceptable risk. Those words, true for the history of O-ring erosion, also hold true for the history of foam debris. The last line of defence against errors is usually a safety system, but the previous policy decisions by leaders described in Chapter 5 also impacted the safety structure and contributed to both accidents. Neither in the O-ring erosion nor the foam debris problems did NASA's safety system attempt to reverse the course of events. In 1986, the Rogers Commission called it the silent safety system. Pre-Challenger budget shortages resulted in safety personnel cutbacks. Without clout or independence, the safety personnel who remained were ineffective. In the case of Columbia, the board found the same problems were reproduced, and for an identical reason. When pressed for cost reduction, NASA attacked its own safety system. The faulty assumption that supported this strategy prior to Columbia was that a reduction in safety staff would not result in a reduction of safety, because contractors would assume greater safety responsibility. The effectiveness of those remaining staff safety engineers was blocked by their dependence on the very program they were charged to supervise. Also, the board found many safety units with unclear roles and responsibilities that left crucial gaps. Post-Challenger, NASA still had no systemic procedure for identifying and monitoring trends. The board was surprised at how long it took NASA to put together trend data in response to board requests for information. Problem reporting and tracking systems were still overlooked or underused, which undermined their very purpose. Multiple job titles disguised the true extent of safety personnel shortages. The board found cases in which the same person was occupying more than one safety position, and in one instance at least 3 positions, which compromised any possibility of safety organisation independence because the jobs were established with built-in conflicts of interest. End of Chapter 8a. Section 34 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Shipp. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 8b, History as Cause, Columbia and Challenger, Part 2. 8.4, Organisation, Culture and Unintended Consequences. A number of changes to the Space Shuttle program structure made in response to policy decisions had the unintended effect of perpetuating dangerous aspects of pre-Challenger culture and continued the pattern of normalizing things that were not supposed to happen. At the same time that NASA leaders were emphasizing the importance of safety, their personnel cutbacks sent other signals. Streamlining and downsizing, which scarcely go unnoticed by employees, convey a message that efficiency is an important goal. The Shuttle Space Station partnership affected both programs. Working evenings and weekends just to meet the International Space Station No. 2 deadline sent a signal to employees that schedule is important. When paired with the faster, better, cheaper NASA motto of the 1990s and cuts that dramatically decreased safety personnel, efficiency becomes a strong signal and safety a weak one. This kind of doublespeak by top administrators affects people's decisions and actions without them even realizing it. Changes in Space Shuttle program structure contributed to the accident in a second important way. Despite the constraints that the agency was under, prior to both accidents, NASA appeared to be immersed in a culture of invincibility, in stark contradiction to post-accident reality. The Rogers Commission found a NASA blinded by its can-do attitude. a cultural artifact of the Apollo era that was inappropriate in a space shuttle program so strapped by schedule pressures and shortages that spare parts had to be cannibalized from one vehicle to launch another. This can-do attitude bolstered administrators' belief in an achievable launch rate, the belief that they had an operational system, and an unwillingness to listen to outside experts. The Aerospace Safety and Advisory Panel, in a 1985 report, told NASA that the vehicle was not operational and NASA should stop treating it as if it were. The board found that even after the loss of Challenger, NASA was guilty of treating an experimental vehicle as if it were operational and of not listening to outside experts. In a repeat of the pre-Challenger warning, the 1999 Shuttle Independent Assessment Team report reiterated that the shuttle was not an operational vehicle in the usual meaning of the term. Engineers and program planners were also affected by can-do, which, when taken too far, can create a reluctance to say that something cannot be done. How could the lessons of Challenger have been forgotten so quickly? Again, history was a factor. First, if success is measured by launches and landings, the machine appeared to be working successfully prior to both accidents. Challenger was the 25th launch. 17 years and 87 missions passed without major incident. Second, previous policy decisions again had an impact. NASA's Apollo-era research and development culture and its prized deference to the technical expertise of its working engineers was overridden in the Space Shuttle era by bureaucratic accountability, an allegiance to hierarchy, procedure, and following the chain of command. Prior to Challenger, the can-do culture was a result not just of years of apparently successful launches, but of the cultural belief that the shuttle program's many structures, rigorous procedures, and detailed system of rules were responsible for those successes. The board noted that the pre-Challenger layers of processes, boards, and panels that had produced a false sense of confidence in the system and its level of safety returned in full force prior to Columbia. NASA made many changes to the Space Shuttle program structure after Challenger. The fact that many changes had been made supported a belief in the safety of the system, the invincibility of organizational and technical systems, and ultimately a sense that the foam problem was understood. 8.5. History as Cause. 2 accidents. Risk, uncertainty, and history came together when unprecedented circumstances arose prior to both accidents. For Challenger, the weather prediction for launch time the next day was for cold temperatures that were out of the engineering experience base. For Columbia, a large foam hit, also outside the experience base, was discovered after launch. For the first case, all the discussion was pre-launch. For the second, it was post-launch. This initial difference determined the shape these two decision sequences took, the number of people who had information about the problem, and the locations of the involved parties. For Challenger, engineers at Morton Thiokol, the solid rocket motor contractor in Utah, were concerned about the effect of the unprecedented cold temperatures on the rubber O-rings. Because launch was scheduled for the next morning, the new condition required a reassessment of the engineering analysis presented at the Flight Readiness Review 2 weeks prior. A teleconference began at 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, EST, that included 34 people in 3 locations: Morton Thiokol in Utah, Marshall, and Kennedy. Thiokol engineers were recommending a launch delay. A reconsideration of a flight readiness review risk assessment the night before a launch was as unprecedented as the predicted cold temperatures. With no ground rules or procedures to guide their discussion, the participants automatically reverted to the centralized hierarchical, tightly structured and procedure-bound model used in flight readiness reviews. The entire discussion and decision to launch began and ended with this group of 34 engineers. The phone conference linking them together concluded at 11:15 p.m. EST after a decision to accept the risk and fly. For Columbia, information about the foam debris hit was widely distributed the day after launch. Time allowed for videos of the strike, initial assessments of the size and speed of the foam, and the approximate location of the impact to be dispersed throughout the agency. This was the first debris impact of this magnitude. Engineers at the Marshall, Johnson, Kennedy, and Langley centers showed initiative and jumped on the problem without direction from above. Working groups and email groups formed spontaneously. The size of Johnson's debris assessment team alone neared and in some instances exceeded the total number of participants in the 1986 Challenger teleconference. Rather than a tightly constructed exchange of information completed in a few hours, time allowed for the development of ideas and freewheeling discussion among the engineering ranks. The early post-launch discussion among engineers and all later decision-making at management levels were decentralized, loosely organized, and with little form. While the spontaneous and decentralized exchanging of information was evidence that NASA's original technical culture was alive and well, the diffuse form and lack of structure in the rest of the proceedings would have several negative consequences. In both situations, all new information was weighed and interpreted against past experience. Formal categories and cultural beliefs provide a consistent frame of reference in which people view and interpret information and experiences. Pre-existing definitions of risk shaped the actions taken and not taken. Worried engineers in 1986 and again in 2003 found it impossible to reverse the Flight Readiness Review risk assessments that foam and O-rings did not pose safety or flight concerns. These engineers could not prove that foam strikes and cold temperatures were unsafe, even though the previous analyses that declared them safe had been incomplete and were based on insufficient data and testing. Engineers' failed attempts were not just a matter of psychological frames and interpretations. The obstacles these engineers faced were political and organizational. They were rooted in NASA history and the decisions of leaders that had altered NASA culture, structure, and the structure of the safety system and affected the social context of decision-making for both accidents. In the following comparison of these critical decision scenarios for Columbia and Challenger, the systemic problems in the NASA organization are in italics, with the system effects on decision-making following. In italics, NASA had conflicting goals of cost, schedule, and safety. Safety lost out as the mandates of an operational system increased the schedule pressure. Scarce resources went to problems that were defined as more serious rather than to foam strikes or O-ring erosion. In both situations, upper-level managers and engineering teams working the O-ring and foam strike problems held opposing definitions of risk. This was demonstrated immediately as engineers reacted with urgency to the immediate safety implications. Thiokol engineers scrambled to put together an engineering assessment for the teleconference. Langley Research Center engineers initiated simulations of landings that were run after hours at Ames Research Center, and Boeing analysts worked through the weekend on the debris impact analysis. But key managers were responding to additional demands of cost and schedule, which competed with their safety concerns. NASA's conflicting goals put engineers at a disadvantage before these new situations even arose. In neither case did they have good data as a basis for decision-making. Because both problems had been previously normalized, resources sufficient for testing or hardware were not dedicated. The Space Shuttle program had not produced good data on the correlation between cold temperature and O-ring resilience, or good data on the potential effect of bipod ramp foam debris hits. Cultural beliefs about the low risk O-rings and foam debris posed, backed by years of flight readiness review decisions and successful missions, provided a frame of reference against which the engineering analyses were judged. When confronted with the engineering risk assessments, top shuttle program managers held to the previous flight readiness review assessments. In the Challenger teleconference, where engineers were recommending that NASA delay the launch, the Marshall Solid Rocket Booster Project Manager, Lawrence Malloy, repeatedly challenged the contractor's risk assessment and restated Thiokol's engineering rationale for previous flights. STS-107 Mission Management Team Chair Linda Ham made many statements in meetings reiterating her understanding that foam was a maintenance problem and a turnaround issue, not a safety of flight issue. The effects of working as a manager in a culture with a cost, efficiency, safety conflict showed in managerial responses. In both cases, managers' techniques focused on the information that tended to support the expected or desired result at that time. In both cases, believing the safety of the mission was not at risk, managers drew a conclusion that minimized the risk of delay. At one point, Marshall's Malloy, believing in the previous flight readiness review assessments, unconvinced by the engineering analysis, and concerned about the schedule implications of the 53-degree temperature limit on launch the engineers proposed, said, "My God, Thiokol, when do you want me to launch? Next April?" Reflecting the overall goal of keeping to the Node 2 launch schedule, Ham's priority was to avoid the delay of STS-114, the next mission after STS-107. Ham was slated as manager of launch integration for STS-114, a dual role promoting a conflict of interest and a single point failure, a situation that should be avoided in all organizational as well as technical systems. In italics, NASA's culture of bureaucratic accountability emphasized chain of command procedure, following the rules and going by the book. While rules and procedures were essential for coordination, they had an unintended but negative effect. Allegiance to hierarchy and procedure had replaced deference to NASA engineers' technical expertise. In both cases, engineers initially presented concerns as well as possible solutions, a request for images, a recommendation to place temperature constraints on launch. Management did not listen to what their engineers were telling them. Instead, rules and procedures took priority. For Columbia, program managers turned off the Kennedy engineers' initial request for Department of Defense imagery with apologies to Defense Department representatives for not having followed proper channels. In addition, NASA administrators asked for and promised corrective action to prevent such a violation of protocol from recurring. Debris assessment team analysts at Johnson were asked by managers to demonstrate a mandatory need for their imagery request, but were not told how to do that. Both Challenger and Columbia engineering teams were held to the usual quantitative standard of proof, but it was a reverse of the usual circumstance. Instead of having to prove it was safe to fly, they were asked to prove that it was unsafe to fly. In the Challenger teleconference, a key engineering chart presented a qualitative argument about the relationship between cold temperatures and O-ring erosion that engineers were asked to prove. Thiokol's Roger Boyes-Joly said, "I had no data to quantify it, but I did say I knew it was away from goodness in the current database." Similarly, the debris assessment team was asked to prove that the foam hit was a threat to flight safety, a determination that only the imagery they were requesting could help them make. Ignored by management was the qualitative data that the engineering teams did have. Both instances were outside the experience base. In stark contrast to the requirement that engineers adhere to protocol and hierarchy was management's failure to apply this criterion to their own activities. The mission management team did not meet on a regular schedule during the mission, proceeded in a loose format that allowed informal influence and status differences to shape their decisions, and allowed unchallenged opinions and assumptions to prevail, all the while holding the engineers who were making risk assessments to higher standards. In highly uncertain circumstances, when lives were immediately at risk, management failed to defer to its engineers and failed to recognize that different data standards, qualitative, subjective and intuitive, and different processes, democratic rather than protocol and chain of command, were more appropriate. In italics, The organizational structure and hierarchy blocked effective communication of technical problems. Signals were overlooked, people were silenced, and useful information and dissenting views on technical issues did not surface at higher levels. What was communicated to parts of the organization was that O-ring erosion and foam debris were not problems. Structure and hierarchy represent power and status. For both Challenger and Columbia employees, positions in the organization determined the weight given to their information by their own judgment and in the eyes of others. As a result, many signals of danger were missed. Relevant information that could have altered the course of events was available, but was not presented. Early in the Challenger teleconference, some engineers who had important information did not speak up. They did not define themselves as qualified because of their position. They were not in an appropriate specialization, had not recently worked the O-ring problem, or did not have access to the good data that they assumed others more involved in key decisions would have. Geographic locations also resulted in missing signals. At one point, in light of Marshall's objections, Thiokol managers in Utah requested an offline caucus to discuss their data. No consensus was reached, so a management risk decision was made. Managers voted and engineers did not. Thiokol managers came back online, saying they had reversed their earlier no-go recommendation, decided to accept risk, and would send new engineering charts to back their reversal. When a Marshall administrator asked, "Does anyone have anything to add to this?" no one spoke. Engineers at Thiokol, who still objected to the decision later, testified that they were intimidated by management authority, were accustomed to turning their analysis over to managers and letting them decide, and did not have the quantitative data that would empower them to object further. In the more decentralized decision process prior to Columbia's re-entry, structure and hierarchy again were responsible for an absence of signals. The initial request for imagery came from the low-status Kennedy Space Center, bypassed the mission management team, and went directly to the Department of Defense, separate from the all-powerful shuttle program. By using the Engineering Directorate avenue to request imagery, the debris assessment team was working at the margins of the hierarchy, but some signals were missing, even when engineers traversed the appropriate channels. The mission management team chair's position in the hierarchy governed what information she would or would not receive. Information was lost as it travelled up the hierarchy. A demoralized debris assessment team did not include a slide about the need for better imagery in their presentation to the mission evaluation room. Their presentation included the crater analysis, which they reported as incomplete and uncertain. However, the mission evaluation room manager perceived the Boeing analysis as rigorous and quantitative. The choice of headings, arrangement of information, and size of bullets on the key chart served to highlight what management already believed. The uncertainties and assumptions that signaled danger dropped out of the information chain when the mission evaluation room manager condensed the debris assessment team's formal presentation to an informal verbal brief at the mission management team meeting. As what the board calls an informal chain of command began to shape STS-107's outcome, location in the structure empowered some to speak and silenced others. For example, a thermal protection system tile expert, who was a member of the debris assessment team but had an office in the more prestigious shuttle program, used his personal network to shape the mission management team view and snuff out dissent. The informal hierarchy among and within centres was also influential. Early identifications of problems by Marshall and Kennedy may have contributed to the Johnson-based mission management team's indifference to concerns about the foam strike. The engineers and managers circulating emails at Langley were peripheral to the shuttle program, not structurally connected to the proceedings, and therefore of lower status. When asked in a post-accident press conference why they didn't voice their concerns to shuttle program management, the Langley engineers said that people need to stick to their expertise. Status mattered. In its absence, numbers were the great equalizer. One striking exception, the debris assessment team tile expert was so influential that his word was taken as gospel, though he lacked the requisite expertise, data, or analysis to evaluate damage to RCC. For those with lesser standing, the requirement for data was stringent and inhibiting, which resulted in information that warned of danger not being passed up the chain. As in the teleconference, debris assessment team engineers did not speak up when the mission management team chair asked if anyone else had anything to say. Not only did they not have the numbers, they also were intimidated by the mission management team chair's position in the hierarchy and the conclusions she had already made. Debris assessment team members signed off on the crater analysis, even though they had trouble understanding it. They still wanted images of Columbia's left wing. In neither impending crisis did management recognize how structure and hierarchy can silence employees and follow through by polling participants, soliciting dissenting opinions, or bringing in outsiders who might have a different perspective or useful information. In perhaps the ultimate example of engineering concerns not making their way upstream, Challenger astronauts were told that the cold temperature was not a problem, and Columbia astronauts were told that the foam strike was not a problem. In italics, NASA structure changed as roles and responsibilities were transferred to contractors, which increased the dependence on the private sector for safety functions and risk assessment, while simultaneously reducing the in-house capability to spot safety issues. A critical turning point in both decisions hung on the discussion of contractor risk assessments. Although both Thiokol and Boeing engineering assessments were replete with uncertainties, NASA ultimately accepted each. Thiokol's initial recommendation against the launch of Challenger was at first criticized by Marshall as flawed and unacceptable. Thiokol was recommended an unheard-of delay on the eve of a launch, with schedule ramifications and NASA-contractor relationship repercussions. In the Thiokol offline caucus, a senior vice president who seldom participated in these engineering discussions championed the Marshall engineering rationale for flight. When he told the managers present to take off your engineering hat and put on your management hat, they reversed the position their own engineers had taken. Marshall engineers then accepted this assessment, deferring to the expertise of the contractor. NASA was dependent on Thiokol for the risk assessment, but the decision process was affected by the contractor's dependence on NASA. Not willing to be responsible for a delay and swayed by the strength of Marshall's argument, the contractor did not act in the best interests of safety. Boeing's crater analysis was performed in the context of the debris assessment team, which was a collaborative effort that included Johnson, United Space Alliance, and Boeing. In this case, the decision process was also affected by NASA's dependence on the contractor. Unfamiliar with crater, NASA engineers and managers had to rely on Boeing for interpretation and analysis and did not have the training necessary to evaluate the results. They accepted Boeing engineers' use of crater to model debris impact 400 times outside validated limits. In italics, NASA's safety system lacked the resources, independence, personnel, and authority to successfully apply alternate perspectives to developing problems. Overlapping roles and responsibilities across multiple safety offices also undermined the possibility of a reliable system of checks and balances. NASA's silent safety system did nothing to alter the decision-making that immediately preceded both accidents. No safety representatives were present during the Challenger teleconference. No one even thought to call them. In the case of Columbia, safety representatives were present at mission evaluation room, mission management team, and debris assessment team meetings. However, rather than critically question or actively participate in the analysis, the safety representatives simply listened and concurred. 8.6. Changing NASA's organizational system. The echoes of Challenger and Columbia identified in this chapter have serious implications. These repeating patterns mean that flawed practices embedded in NASA's organizational system continued for 20 years and made substantial contributions to both accidents. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board noted the same problems as the Rogers Commission. An organisation system failure calls for corrective measures that address all relevant levels of the organisation, but the board's investigation shows that for all its cutting-edge technologies, diving catch rescues, and imaginative plans for the technology and the future of space exploration, NASA has shown very little understanding of the inner workings of its own organisation. NASA managers believed that the agency had a strong safety culture, but the board found that the agency had the same conflicting goals that it did before Challenger, when schedule concerns, production pressure, cost-cutting, and a drive for ever greater efficiency, all the signs of an operational enterprise, had eroded NASA's ability to assure mission safety. The belief in a safety culture has even less credibility in light of repeated cuts of safety personnel and budgets, also conditions that existed before Challenger. NASA managers stated confidently that everyone was encouraged to speak up about safety issues and that the agency was responsive to those concerns, but the board found evidence to the contrary in the responses to the debris assessment team's request for imagery, to the initiation of the imagery request from Kennedy Space Center, and to the "we were just what-ifing" email concerns that did not reach the mission management team. NASA's bureaucratic structure kept important information from reaching engineers and managers alike. The same NASA whose engineers showed initiative and a solid working knowledge of how to get things done fast had a managerial culture with an allegiance to bureaucracy and cost efficiency that squelched the engineers' efforts. When it came to managers' own actions, however, a different set of rules prevailed. The board found that mission management team decision-making operated outside the rules, even as it held its engineers to a stifling protocol. Management was not able to recognize that in unprecedented conditions, when lives are on the line, flexibility in democratic process should take priority over bureaucratic response. During the Columbia investigation, the board consistently searched for causal principles that would explain both the technical and organizational system failures. These principles were needed to explain Columbia and its echoes of Challenger. They were also necessary to provide guidance for NASA. The board's analysis of organizational causes in chapters 5, 6, and 7 supports the following principles that should govern the changes in the agency's organizational system. The board's specific recommendations based on these principles are presented in Part 3. In italics, leaders create culture. It is their responsibility to change it. Top administrators must take responsibility for risk, failure, and safety by remaining alert to the effects their decisions have on the system. Leaders are responsible for establishing the conditions that lead to their subordinate successes or failures. The past decisions of national leaders, the White House, Congress, and NASA headquarters set the Columbia accident in motion by creating resource and schedule strains that compromise the principles of a high-risk technology organization. The measure of NASA's success became how much costs were reduced and how efficiently the schedule was met. But the Space Shuttle is not now, nor has it ever been, an operational vehicle. We cannot explore space on a fixed cost basis. Nevertheless, due to International Space Station needs and scientific experiments that require particular timing and orbits, the Space Shuttle program seems likely to continue to be schedule-driven. National leadership needs to recognize that NASA must fly only when it is ready. As the White House, Congress, and NASA headquarters plan the future of human spaceflight, the goals and the resources required to achieve them safely must be aligned. Changes in organizational structure should be made only with careful consideration of their effect on the system and their possible unintended consequences. Changes that make the organization more complex may create new ways that it can fail. When changes are put in place, the risk of error initially increases as old ways of doing things compete with new. Institutional memory is lost as personnel and records are moved and replaced. Changing the structure of organizations is complicated by external political and budgetary constraints, the inability of leaders to conceive of the full ramifications of their actions, the vested interests of insiders, and the failure to learn from the past. Nonetheless, changes must be made. The shuttle program structure is a source of problems, not just because of the way it impedes the flow of information, but because it has had effects on the culture that contradict safety goals. NASA's blind spot is it believes it has a strong safety culture. Program history shows that the loss of a truly independent, robust capability to protect the system's fundamental requirements and specifications inevitably compromised those requirements and therefore increased risk. The shuttle program structure created power distributions that need new structuring, rules and management training to restore deference to technical experts, empower engineers to get resources they need, and allow safety concerns to be freely aired. In italics. Strategies must increase the clarity, strength, and presence of signals that challenge assumptions about risk. Twice in NASA's history, the agency embarked on a slippery slope that resulted in catastrophe. Each decision, taken by itself, seemed correct, routine, and indeed insignificant and unremarkable. Yet, in retrospect, the cumulative effect was stunning. In both pre-accident periods, events unfolded over a long time and in small increments rather than in sudden and dramatic occurrences. NASA's challenge is to design systems that maximize the clarity of signals, amplify weak signals so they can be tracked, and account for missing signals. For both accidents, there were moments when management definitions of risk might have been reversed were it not for the many missing signals. An absence of trend analysis, imagery data not obtained, concerns not voiced, information overlooked or dropped from briefings. A safety team must have equal and independent representation so that managers are not again lulled into complacency by shifting definitions of risk. It is obvious but worth acknowledging that people who are marginal and powerless in organizations may have useful information or opinions that they don't express. Even when these people are encouraged to speak, they find it intimidating to contradict a leader's strategy or a group consensus. Extra effort must be made to contribute all relevant information to discussions of risk. These strategies are important for all safety aspects, but especially necessary for ill-structured problems like O-rings and foam debris. Because ill-structured problems are less visible and therefore invite the normalization of deviance, they may be the most risky of all. End of Chapter 8b.
Section 35 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Part 3, A Look Ahead, Chapter 9, Implications for the Future of Human Space Flight. Quote, "When it's dark, the stars come out. The same is true with people. When the tragedies of life turn a bright day into a frightening night, God's stars come out, and these stars are families who say, although we grieve deeply, as do the families of Apollo 1 and Challenger before us, the bold exploration of space must go on. These stars are the leaders in government and in NASA who will not let the vision die. These stars are the next generation of astronauts who, like the prophets of old, said, 'Here am I, send me.'" End quote. Brigadier General Charles Baldwin, STS-107 Memorial Ceremony at the National Cathedral, February 6, 2003. As this report ends, the Board wants to recognize the outstanding people in NASA. We have been impressed with their diligence, commitment, and professionalism as the agency has been working tirelessly to help the Board complete this report. While mistakes did lead to the accident, and we found that organizational and cultural constraints have worked against safety margins, the NASA family should nonetheless continue to take great pride in their legacy and ongoing accomplishments. As we look ahead, the Board sincerely hopes this report will aid NASA in safely getting back to human spaceflight. In Part 3, the Board presents its views and recommendations for the steps needed to achieve that goal of continuing our exploration of space in a manner with improved safety. Chapter 9 discusses the near-term, mid-term, and long-term implications for the future of human spaceflight. For the near term, NASA should submit to the Return to Flight Task Force a plan for implementing the Return to Flight recommendations. For the mid-term, the agency should focus on the remaining Part 1 recommendations, the Part 2 recommendations for organizational and cultural changes, and the Part 3 recommendation for recertifying the shuttle for use to 2020 or beyond. In setting the stage for a debate on the long-term future of human spaceflight, the Board addresses the need for a national vision to direct the design of a new space transportation system. Chapter 10 contains additional recommendations and the significant look-ahead observations the Board made in the course of this investigation that were not directly related to the accident, but could be viewed as weak signals of future problems. The observations may be indications of serious future problems and must be addressed by NASA. Chapter 11 contains the recommendations made in Parts 1, 2, and 3, all issued with the resolve to continue human spaceflight. Chapter 9. Implications for the future of human spaceflight. And while many memorials will be built to honor Columbia's crew, their greatest memorial will be a vibrant space program with new missions carried out by a new generation of brave explorers. Remarks by Vice President Richard B. Cheney, Memorial Ceremony at the National Cathedral, February 6, 2003. The report up to this point has been a look backward, a single accident with multiple causes, both physical and organizational. In this chapter, the Board looks to the future. We take the insights gained in investigating the loss of Columbia and her crew and seek to apply them to this nation's continuing journey into space. We divide our discussion into 3 time frames. 1. Short term, NASA's return to flight after the Columbia accident. 2. Mid-term, what is needed to continue flying the shuttle fleet until a replacement means for human access to space and for other shuttle capabilities is available. And 3. Long-term, future directions for the U.S. in space. The objective in each case is for this country to maintain a human presence in space, but with enhanced safety of flight. In this report, we have documented numerous indications that NASA's safety performance has been lacking. But even correcting all those shortcomings, it should be understood, will not eliminate risk. All flight entails some measure of risk, and this has been the case since before the days of the Wright brothers. Furthermore, the risk is not distributed evenly over the course of the flight. It is greater by far at the beginning and end than during the middle. This concentration of risk at the endpoints of flight is particularly true for crew carrying space missions. The shuttle program has now suffered 2 accidents, one just over a minute after takeoff, and the other about 16 minutes before landing. The laws of physics make it extraordinarily difficult to reach Earth orbit and return safely. Using existing technology, orbital flight is accomplished only by harnessing a chemical reaction that converts vast amounts of stored energy into speed. There is great risk in placing human beings atop a machine that stores and then burns millions of pounds of dangerous propellants. Equally risky is having humans then ride the machine back to Earth while it dissipates the orbital speed by converting the energy into heat, much like a meteor entering Earth's atmosphere. No alternatives to this pathway to space are available or even on the horizon, so that we must set our sights on managing this risky process using the most advanced and versatile techniques at our disposal. Because of the dangers of ascent and re-entry, because of the hostility of the space environment, and because we are still relative newcomers to this realm, operation of the shuttle, and indeed all human spaceflight, must be viewed as a developmental activity. It is still far from a routine, operational undertaking. Throughout the Columbia accident investigation, the Board has commented on the widespread but erroneous perception of the Space Shuttle as somehow comparable to civil or military air transport. They are not comparable. The inherent risks of spaceflight are vastly higher, and our experience level with spaceflight is vastly lower. If shuttle operations came to be viewed as routine, it was, at least in part, thanks to the skill and dedication of those involved in the program. They have made it look easy, though in fact it never was. The Board urges NASA leadership, the architects of U.S. space policy, and the American people to adopt a realistic understanding of the risks and rewards of venturing into space. 9.1. Near term, return to flight. The Board supports return to flight for the Space Shuttle at the earliest date consistent with an overriding consideration: safety. The recognition of human spaceflight as a developmental activity requires a shift in focus from operations and meeting schedules to a concern for the risks involved. Necessary measures include identifying risks by looking relentlessly for the next eroding O-ring, the next falling foam, obtaining better data, analyzing and spotting trends. Mitigating risks by stopping the failure at its source. When a failure does occur, improving the ability to tolerate it, repairing the damage on a timely basis. Decoupling unforeseen events with the loss of crew and vehicle. Exploring all options for survival, such as provisions for crew escape systems and safe havens. Barring unwarranted departures from design standards, and adjusting standards only under the most rigorous, safety-driven process. The Board has recommended improvements that are needed before the shuttle program returns to flight, as well as other measures to be adopted over the longer term, what might be considered continuing to fly recommendations. To ensure implementation of these longer-term recommendations, the Board makes the following recommendation, which should be included in the requirements for return to flight. R 9.11. Prepare a detailed plan for defining, establishing, transitioning, and implementing an independent technical engineering authority, independent safety program, and a reorganized Space Shuttle Integration Office, as described in R 7.51, R 7.52, and R 7.53. In addition, NASA should submit annual reports to Congress as part of the budget review process on its implementation activities. The complete list of the Board's recommendations can be found in Chapter 11. 9.2. Midterm, continuing to fly. It is the view of the Board that the present shuttle is not inherently unsafe. However, the observations and recommendations in this report are needed to make the vehicle safe enough to operate in the coming years. In order to continue operating the shuttle for another decade or even more, which the human space flight program may find necessary, these significant measures must be taken. Implement all the recommendations listed in Part 1 of this report that were not already accomplished as part of the return to flight reforms. Institute all the organizational and cultural changes called for in Part 2 of this report. Undertake complete recertification of the shuttle, as detailed in the discussion and recommendation below. The urgency of these recommendations derives, at least in part, from the likely pattern of what is to come. In the near term, the recent memory of the Columbia accident will motivate the entire NASA organization to scrupulous attention to detail and vigorous efforts to resolve elusive technical problems. That energy will inevitably dissipate over time. This decline in vigilance is a characteristic of many large organizations and has been demonstrated in NASA's own history. As reported in Part 2 of this report, the human space flight program has at times compromised safety because of its organizational problems and cultural traits. That is the reason, in order to prevent the return of bad habits over time, that the Board makes the recommendations in Part 2 calling for changes in the organization and culture of the human space flight program. These changes will take more time and effort than would be reasonable to expect prior to return to flight. Through its recommendations in Part 2, the Board has urged that NASA's human space flight program adopt the characteristics observed in high-reliability organizations. One is separating the technical authority from the functions of managing schedules and cost. Another is an independent safety and mission assurance organization. The third is the capability for effective systems integration. Perhaps even more challenging than these organizational changes are the cultural changes required. Within NASA, the cultural impediments to safe and effective schedule operations are real and substantial, as documented extensively in this report. The Board's view is that cultural problems are unlikely to be corrected without top-level leadership. Such leadership will have to rid the system of practices and patterns that have been validated simply because they have been around so long. Examples include the tendency to keep knowledge of problems contained within a center or program, making technical decisions without in-depth, peer-reviewed technical analysis, and an unofficial hierarchy or caste system created by placing excessive power in one office. Such factors interfere with open communication, impede the sharing of lessons learned, cause duplication and unnecessary expenditure of resources, prompt resistance to external advice, and create a burden for managers, among other undesirable outcomes. Collectively, these undesirable characteristics threaten safety. Unlike return-to-flight recommendations, the Board's management and cultural recommendations will take longer to implement, and the responses must be fine-tuned and adjusted during implementation. The question of how to follow up on NASA's implementation of these more subtle but equally important recommendations remains unanswered. The Board is aware that response to these recommendations will be difficult to initiate, and they will encounter some degree of institutional resistance. Nevertheless, in the Board's view, they are so critical to safer operation of the shuttle fleet that they must be carried out completely. Since NASA is an independent agency answerable only to the White House and Congress, the ultimate responsibility for enforcement of the recommended corrective actions must reside with those governmental authorities. Recertification. Recertification is a process to ensure flight safety when a vehicle's actual utilization exceeds its original design life. Such a baseline examination is essential to certify that vehicle for continued use, in the case of the shuttle to 2020 and possibly beyond. This report addresses recertification as a mid-term issue. Measured by their 20 or more missions per orbiter, the shuttle fleet is young, but by chronological age, 10 to 20 years each, it is old. The Board's discovery of mass loss in RCC panels, the deferral of investigation into signs of metal corrosion, and the deferral of upgrades all strongly suggest that a policy is needed requiring a complete recertification of the space shuttle. This recertification must be rigorous and comprehensive at every level, i.e., material, component, subsystem, and system. The higher the level, the more critical the integration of lower-level components. A post-Challenger 10-year review was conducted, but it lacked this kind of rigor, comprehensiveness, and, most importantly, integration at the subsystem and system levels. Aviation industry standards offer ample measurable criteria for gauging specific aging characteristics, such as stress and corrosion. The shuttle program, by contrast, lacks a closed-loop feedback system, and consequently does not take full advantage of all available data to adjust its certification process and maintenance practices. Data sources can include experience with material and component failures, nonconformances, deviations from original specifications discovered during orbiter maintenance down periods, analytical condition inspections, and aging aircraft studies. Several of the recommendations in this report constitute the basis for a recertification program, such as the call for non-destructive evaluation of RCC components. Chapters 3 and 4 cite instances of waivers and certification of components for flight based on analysis rather than testing. The recertification program should correct all these deficiencies. Finally, recertification is but one aspect of a service life extension program that is essential if the shuttle is to continue operating for another 10 to 20 years. While NASA has such a program, it is in its infancy and needs to be pursued with vigor. The Service Life Extension Program goes beyond the shuttle itself and addresses critical associated components in equipment, infrastructure, and other areas. Aspects of the program are addressed in Appendix D-15. The Board makes the following recommendation regarding certification. R 9.21. Prior to operating the shuttle beyond 2010, develop and conduct a vehicle recertification at the material, component, subsystem, and system levels. Recertification requirements should be included in the Service Life Extension Program. 9.3. Long-term. Future directions for the U.S. in space. The Board in its investigation has focused on the physical and organizational causes of the Columbia accident and the recommended actions required for future safe shuttle operation. In the course of that investigation, however, two realities affecting those recommendations have become evident to the Board. One is the lack, over the past 3 decades, of any national mandate providing NASA a compelling mission requiring human presence in space. President John Kennedy's 1961 charge to send Americans to the moon and return them safely to Earth, quote, before this decade is out, end quote, linked NASA's efforts to core Cold War national interests. Since the 1970s, NASA has not been charged with carrying out a similar high-priority mission that would justify the expenditure of resources on a scale equivalent to those allocated for Project Apollo. The result is the agency has found it necessary to gain the support of diverse constituencies. NASA has had to participate in the give and take of the normal political process in order to obtain the resources needed to carry out its programs. NASA has usually failed to receive budgetary support consistent with its ambitions. The result, as noted throughout Part 2 of this report, is an organization straining to do too much with too little. A second reality, flowing from the lack of a clearly defined long-term space mission, is the lack of sustained government commitment over the past decade to improving U.S. access to space by developing a second-generation space transportation system. Without a compelling reason to do so, successive administrations and Congresses have not been willing to commit the billions of dollars required to develop such a vehicle. In addition, the space community has proposed to the government the development of vehicles such as the National Aerospace Plane and X-33, which required leapfrog advances in technology. Those advances have proven to be unachievable. As Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin, one of the members of the recent Commission on the Future of the United States Aerospace Industry, commented in the Commission's November 2002 report, quote, "Attempts at developing breakthrough space transportation systems have proved illusory," end quote. The Board believes that the country should plan for future space transportation capabilities without making them dependent on technological breakthroughs. Lack of a national vision for space. In 1969, President Richard Nixon rejected NASA's sweeping vision for a post-Apollo effort that involved full development of low Earth orbit, permanent outposts on the Moon, and initial journeys to Mars. Since that rejection, These objectives have reappeared as central elements in many proposals setting forth a long-term vision for the U.S. space program. In 1986, the National Commission on Space proposed, quote, a pioneering mission for 21st century America, to lead the exploration and development of the space frontier, advancing science, technology, and enterprise, and building institutions and systems that make accessible vast new resources and support human settlements beyond Earth orbit, from the highlands of the Moon to the plains of Mars. End quote. In 1989, on the 20th anniversary of the first lunar landing, President George H.W. Bush proposed a space exploration initiative, calling for, quote, a sustained program of manned exploration of the solar system. End quote. Space advocates have been consistent in their call for sending humans beyond low Earth orbit as the appropriate objective of U.S. space activities. Review committees as diverse as the 1990 Advisory Committee on the Future of the U.S. Space Program, chaired by Norman Augustin, and the 2001 International Space Station Management and Cost Evaluation Task Force have suggested that the primary justification for a space station is to conduct the research required to plan missions to Mars and or other distant destinations. However, human travel to destinations beyond Earth orbit has not been adopted as a national objective. The report of the Augustine Committee commented, quote, it seems that most Americans do support a viable space program for the nation, but no two individuals seem able to agree upon what that space program should be. End quote. The board observes that none of the competing long-term visions for space have found support from the nation's leadership, or indeed among the general public. The U.S. civilian space effort has moved forward for more than 30 years without a guiding vision, and none seems imminent. In the past, this absence of a strategic vision in itself has reflected a policy decision, since there have been many opportunities for national leaders to agree on ambitious goals for space, and none have done so. The board does observe that there is one area of agreement among almost all parties interested in the future of U.S. activities in space. The United States needs improved access for humans to low Earth orbit as a foundation for whatever directions the nation's space program takes in future. In the board's view, a full national debate on how best to achieve such improved access should take place in parallel with the steps the board has recommended for returning the space shuttle to flight and for keeping it operating safely in coming years. Recommending the content of this debate goes well beyond the board's mandate, but we believe that the White House, Congress, and NASA should honor the memory of Columbia's crew by reflecting on the nation's future in space and the role of new space transportation capabilities in enabling whatever space goals the nation chooses to pursue. All members of the board agree that America's future space efforts must include human presence in Earth orbit, and eventually beyond, as outlined in the current NASA vision. Recognizing the absence of an agreed national mandate cited above, the current NASA strategic plan stresses an approach of investing in transformational technologies that will enable the development of capabilities to serve as stepping stones for whatever path the nation may decide it wants to pursue in space. While the board has not reviewed this plan in depth, this approach seems prudent. Absent any long-term statement of what the country wants to accomplish in space, it is difficult to state with any specificity the requirements that should guide major public investments in new capabilities. The board does believe that NASA and the nation should give more attention to developing a new concept of operations for future activities, defining the range of activities the country intends to carry out in space, that could provide more specificity than currently exists. Such a concept does not necessarily require full agreement on a future vision, but it should help identify the capabilities required and prevent the debate from focusing solely on the design of the next vehicle. Developing a new space transportation system. When the Space Shuttle development was approved in 1972, there was a corresponding decision not to fund technologies for space transportation other than those related to the shuttle. This decision guided policy for more than 20 years, until the National Space Transportation Policy of 1994 assigned NASA the role of developing a next-generation advanced technology single-stage-to-orbit replacement for the Space Shuttle. That decision was flawed for several reasons. Because the United States had not funded a broad portfolio of space transportation technologies for the preceding 3 decades, there was a limited technology base on which to base the choice for this second-generation system. The technologies chosen for development in 1996, which were embodied in the X-33 demonstrator, proved not yet mature enough for use. Attracted by the notion of a growing private sector market for space transportation, the Clinton administration hoped this new system could be developed with minimal public investment. The hope was that the private sector would help pay for the development of a shuttle replacement. In recent years, there has been increasing investment in space transportation technologies, particularly through NASA's Space Launch Initiative effort, begun in 2000. This investment has not yet created a technology base for a second-generation reusable system for carrying people to orbit. Accordingly, in 2002, NASA decided to reorient the Space Launch Initiative to longer-term objectives and to introduce the concept of an orbital spaceplane as an interim complement to the Space Shuttle for space station crew carrying responsibilities. The Integrated Space Transportation Plan also called for using the Space Shuttle for an extended period into the future. The board has evaluated neither NASA's Integrated Space Transportation Plan nor the detailed requirements of an orbital spaceplane. Even so, based on its in-depth examination of the Space Shuttle program, the board has reached an inescapable conclusion. Because of the risks inherent in the original design of the Space Shuttle, because that design was based in many aspects on now obsolete technologies, and because the shuttle is now an aging system but still developmental in character, it is in the nation's interest to replace the shuttle as soon as possible as the primary means for transporting humans to and from Earth orbit. At least in the midterm, that replacement will be some form of what NASA now characterizes as an orbital spaceplane. The design of the system should give overriding priority to crew safety rather than trade safety against other performance criteria, such as low cost and reusability, or against advanced space operation capabilities other than crew transfer. This conclusion implies that whatever design NASA chooses should become the primary means for taking people to and from the International Space Station, not just a complement to the Space Shuttle. And it follows from the same conclusion that there is urgency in choosing that design after serious review of a concept of operations for human spaceflight, and bringing it into operation as soon as possible. This is likely to require a significant commitment of resources over the next several years. The nation must not shy away from making that commitment. The International Space Station is likely to be the major destination for human space travel for the next decade or longer. The Space Shuttle would continue to be used when its unique capabilities are required, both with respect to space station missions such as experiment delivery and retrieval or other logistical missions, and with respect to the few planned missions not traveling to the space station. When cargo can be carried to the space station or other destinations by an expendable launch vehicle, it should be. However, the orbital spaceplane is seen by NASA as an interim system for transporting humans to orbit. NASA plans to make continuing investments in next-generation launch technology, with the hope that those investments will enable a decision by the end of this decade on what that next-generation launch vehicle should be. This is a worthy goal and should be pursued. The board notes that this approach can only be successful If it is sustained over the decade, if by the time a decision to develop a new vehicle is made, there is a clearer idea of how the new space transportation system fits into the nation's overall plans for space, and if the U.S. government is willing, at the time a development decision is made, to commit the substantial resources required to implement it. One of the major problems with the way the Space Shuttle program was carried out was an a priori fixed ceiling on development costs. That approach should not be repeated. It is the view of the board that the previous attempts to develop a replacement vehicle for the aging shuttle represent a failure of national leadership. The cause of the failure was continuing to expect major technological advances in that vehicle. With the amount of risk inherent in the space shuttle, the first step should be to reach an agreement that the overriding mission of the replacement system is to move humans safely and reliably into and out of Earth orbit. To demand more would be to fall into the same trap as all previous unsuccessful efforts. That being said, it seems to the board that past and future investments in space launch technologies should certainly provide by 2010 or thereabouts the basis for developing a system significantly improved over one designed 40 years earlier for carrying humans to orbit and enabling their work in space. Continued U.S. leadership in space is an important national objective. That leadership depends on a willingness to pay the costs of achieving it. Final conclusions. The board's perspective assumes, of course, that the United States wants to retain a continuing capability to send people into space, whether to Earth orbit or beyond. The board's work over the past 7 months has been motivated by the desire to honor the STS-107 crew by understanding the cause of the accident in which they died, and to help the United States, and indeed all spacefaring countries, to minimize the risks of future loss of lives in the exploration of space. The United States should continue with a human space flight program consistent with the resolve voiced by President George W. Bush on February 1, 2003, quote, "Mankind is led into darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on." End quote. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1 by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 10, Other Significant Observations, Part 1. Although the board now understands the combination of technical and organizational factors that contributed to the Columbia accident, the investigation did not immediately zero in on the causes identified in previous chapters. Instead, the board explored a number of avenues and topics that, in the end, were not directly related to the cause of this accident. Nonetheless, these forays revealed technical, safety, and cultural issues that could impact the space shuttle program and, more broadly, the future of human spaceflight. The significant issues listed in this chapter are potentially serious matters that should be addressed by NASA because they fall into the category of weak signals that could be indication of future problems. Section 10.1 Public Safety. Shortly after the breakup of Columbia over Texas, dramatic images of the Orbiter's debris surfaced. An intact spherical tank in an empty parking lot, an obliterated office rooftop, mangled metal along roadsides, charred chunks of material in fields. These images, combined with the large number of debris fragments that were recovered, compelled many to proclaim it was a miracle that no one on the ground had been hurt. The Columbia accident raises some important questions about public safety. What were the chances that the general public could have been hurt by a breakup of an orbiter? How safe are shuttle flights compared with those of conventional aircraft? How much public risk from space flight is acceptable? Who is responsible for public safety during spaceflight operations? Public risk from Columbia's breakup. The board commissioned a study to determine if the lack of reported injuries on the ground was a predictable outcome or simply exceptionally good fortune. See Appendix D16. The study extrapolated from an array of data, including census figures from the debris impact area, the orbited last reported position and velocity, the impact locations, latitude and longitude, and the total weight of all recovered debris, as well as the composition and dimensions of many debris pieces. Based on the best available evidence on Columbia's disintegration and ground impact, the lack of serious injuries on the ground was the expected outcome for the location and time at which the breakup occurred. NASA and others have developed sophisticated computer tools to predict the trajectory and survivability of spacecraft debris during re-entry. Such tools have been used to assess the risk of serious injuries to the public due to spacecraft re-entry, including debris impacts from launch vehicle malfunctions. However, it is impossible to be certain about what fraction of Columbia survived to impact the ground. Some 38% of Columbia's dry, empty weight was recovered, but there is no way to determine how much still lies on the ground, accounting for the inherent uncertainties associated with the amount of ground debris and the number of people outdoors. There was about a 9 to 24% chance of at least one person being seriously injured by the disintegration of the orbiter. Debris fell on a relatively sparsely populated area of the United States, with an average of about 85 inhabitants per square mile. Orbiter re-entry flight paths often pass over much more populated areas, including major cities that average more than 1,000 inhabitants per square mile. For example, the STS-107 re-entry profile passed over Sacramento, California, and Albuquerque, New Mexico. The board-sponsored study concluded that, given the unlikely event of a similar orbiter breakup over a densely populated area such as Houston, the most likely outcome would be 1 or 2 ground casualties. Spaceflight risk compared to aircraft operations. A recent study of U.S. civil aviation accidents found that between 1964 and 1999, falling aircraft debris killed an average of 8 people per year. In comparison, the National Center for Health Statistics reports that between 1992 and 1994, an average of 65 people in the United States were killed each year by lightning strikes. The aviation accident study revealed a decreasing trend in the annual number of groundling fatalities, so that an average of about 4 fatalities per year are predicted in the near future. The probability of a U.S. resident being killed by aircraft debris is now less than 1 in a million over a 70-year lifetime. The history of U.S. spaceflight has a flawless public safety record. Since the 1950s, there have been hundreds of U.S. space launches without a single member of the public being injured. Comparisons between the risk to the public from space flight and aviation operations are limited by two factors: the absence of public injuries resulting from U.S. spaceflight operations, and the relatively small number of space flights, hundreds, compared to aircraft flights, billions. Nonetheless, it's unlikely that U.S. space flights will produce many, if any, public injuries in the coming years based on 1. The low number of space flight operations per year, 2. The flawless public safety record of past U.S. space launches, 3. Government-adopted spaceflight safety standards, and 4. The risk assessment result that even in the unlikely event of a similar orbiter breakup over a major city, less than 2 ground casualties would be expected. In short, the risk posed to people on the ground by U.S. spaceflight operations is small compared to the risk from civil aircraft operations. The government has sought to limit public risk from spaceflight to levels comparable to the risk produced by aircraft. U.S. space launch range commanders have agreed that the public should face no more than a 1 in a million chance of fatality from launch vehicle and unmanned aircraft operations. This aligns with Federal Aviation Administration regulations that individuals be exposed to no more than a 1 in a million chance of serious injury due to commercial space launch and re-entry operations. NASA has not actively followed public risk acceptability standards used by other government agencies during past orbiter re-entry operations. However, in the aftermath of the Columbia accident, the agency has attempted to adopt similar rules to protect the public. It has also developed computer tools to predict the survivability of spacecraft debris during re-entry. Such tools have been used to assess the risk of public casualties attributable to spacecraft re-entry, including debris impact from commercial launch vehicle malfunctions. Responsibility for public safety. The director of the Kennedy Space Center is responsible for the ground and flight safety of Kennedy Space Center people and property for all launches. The Air Force provides the director with a written notification of launch area risk estimates for shuttle ascents. The Air Force routinely computes the risk that shuttle ascents pose to people on and off Kennedy grounds from potential debris impacts, toxic exposures, and explosions. However, no equivalent collaboration exists between NASA and the Air Force re-entry risk. FAA rules on commercial space launch activities do not apply where the government is so substantially involved that it is effectively directing or controlling the launch. Based on the lack of a response, in tandem with NASA's public statements and informal replies to board questions, the board determined that NASA made no documented effort to assess public risk from orbiter re-entry operations prior to the Columbia accident. The board believes that NASA should be legally responsible for public safety during all phases of shuttle operations, including re-entry. Findings. F10-1-1. The Columbia accident demonstrated that orbiter breakup during re-entry has the potential to cause casualties among the general public. F10-1-2. Given the best information available to date, a formal risk analysis sponsored by the board found that the lack of general public casualties from Columbia's breakup was the expected outcome. F10-1-3. The history of U.S. space flight has a flawless public safety record. Since the 1950s, hundreds of space flights have occurred without a single public injury. F10-1-4. The FAA and US space launch ranges have safety standards designed to ensure that the general public is exposed to less than a 1 in a million chance of serious injury from the operation of space launch vehicles and unmanned aircraft. F10 1-5. NASA did not demonstrably follow public risk acceptability standards during past orbiter re-entries. NASA efforts are underway to define a national policy for the protection of public safety during all operations involving space launch vehicles. Observations. O10 1-1. NASA should develop and implement a public risk acceptability policy for launch and re-entry of space vehicles and unmanned aircraft. O10 1-2. NASA should develop and implement a plan to mitigate the risk that shuttle flights pose to the general public. O10 1-3. NASA should study the debris recovered from Columbia to facilitate realistic estimates of the risk to the public during orbiter re-entry. Section 10.2. Crew escape and survival. The board has examined crew escape systems in historical context with a view to future improvements. It is important to note at the outset that Columbia broke up during a phase of flight that, given the current design of the orbiter, offered no possibility of crew survival. The goal of every shuttle mission is the safe return of the crew. An escape system, a means for the crew to leave a vehicle in distress during some or all of its flight phases and return safely to Earth, has historically been viewed as one technique to accomplish that end. Other methods include various abort modes, rescue, and the creation of a safe haven, a location where crew members could remain unharmed if they are unable to return to Earth aboard a damaged shuttle. While crew escape systems have been discussed and studied continuously since the shuttle's early design phases, only two systems have been incorporated, one for the developmental test flights and the current system installed after the Challenger accident. Both designs have extremely limited capabilities, and neither has ever been used during a mission. Developmental test flights. Early studies assumed that the space shuttle would be operational in every sense of the word. As a result, much like commercial airliners, a shuttle crew escape system was considered unnecessary. NASA adopted requirements for rapid emergency egress of the crew in early shuttle test flights. Modified SR-71 ejection seats for the two pilot positions were installed on the orbiter test vehicle Enterprise, which was carried to an altitude of 25,000 feet by a Boeing 747 shuttle carrier aircraft during the approach and landing tests in 1977. Essentially, the same system was installed on Columbia and used for the 4 orbital test flights during 1981-82. While this system was designed for use during first stage ascent and in gliding flight below 100,000 feet, considerable doubt emerged about the survivability of an ejection that would expose crew members to the solid rocket booster exhaust plume. Regardless, NASA declared the developmental test flight phase complete after STS-4, Columbia's 4th flight, and the ejection seat system was deactivated. Its associated hardware was removed during modification after STS-9. All space shuttle missions after STS-4 were conducted with crews of 4 or more, and no escape system was installed until after the loss of Challenger in 1986. Before the Challenger accident, the question of crew survival was not considered independently from the possibility of catastrophic shuttle damage. In short, NASA believed if the orbiter could be saved, then the crew would be safe. Perceived limits of the use of escape systems, along with their cost, engineering complexity, and weight payload trade-offs, dissuaded NASA from implementing a crew escape plan. Instead, the agency focused on preventing the loss of a shuttle as the sole means for assuring crew survival. Post-Challenger, the current system. NASA's rejection of a crew escape system was severely criticized after the loss of Challenger. The Rogers Commission addressed the topic in a recommendation that combined the issues of launch abort and crew escape. Quote, launch abort and crew escape. The shuttle program management considered first-stage abort options and crew escape options several times during the history of the program, but because of limited utility, technical infeasibility, or program cost and schedule, no systems were implemented. The Commission recommends that NASA make all efforts to provide a crew escape system for use during controlled gliding flight. Make every effort to increase the range of flight conditions under which an emergency runway landing can be successfully conducted in the event that 2 or 3 main engines fail early in ascent. End quote. In response to this recommendation, NASA developed the current pole bailout system for use during controlled subsonic gliding flight. See Figure 10.2-1. Caption: a demonstration of the pole bailout system. The pole is extending from the side of a C-141 simulating the orbiter, with a crew member sliding down the pole so that he would fall clear of the orbiter's wing during an actual bailout. End of the caption. The system requires crew members to vent the cabin at 40,000 feet to equalize the cabin pressure with the pressure at that altitude, jettison the hatch at approximately 32,000 feet, and then jump out of the vehicle. The pole allows crew members to avoid striking the orbiter's wings. Current human rating requirements. In June 1998, Johnson Space Center issued new human rating requirements applicable to all future human-rated spacecraft operated by NASA. In July 2003, shortly before this report was published, NASA issued further human rating requirements and guidelines for spaceflight systems, over the signature of the Associate Administrator for Safety and Mission Assurance. While these new requirements, quote, shall not supersede more stringent requirements imposed by individual NASA organizations, end quote, NASA has informed the board that the earlier, and in some cases more prescriptive, Johnson Space Center requirements have been cancelled. NASA's 2003 Human Rating Requirements and Guidelines for Spaceflight Systems laid out the following principles regarding crew escape and survival. 254. Crew survival. 2541. As part of the design process, program management, with approval from the CHMO, Chief Health and Medical Officer, AA for OSF, Associate Administrator for the Office of Spaceflight, and AA for SMA, Associate Administrator for Safety and Mission Assurance, shall establish, assess, and document the program requirement for an acceptable life cycle cumulative probability of safe crew and passenger return. This probability requirement can be satisfied through the use of all available mechanisms, including nominal mission completion, abort, safe haven, or crew escape. 2542. The cumulative probability of safe crew and passenger return shall address all missions planned for the life of the program, not just a single spaceflight system for a single mission. End of quote. The overall probability of crew and passenger survival must meet the minimum program requirements, as defined in Section 2541, for the stated life of a spaceflight systems program. This approach is required to reflect the different technical challenges and levels of operational risk exposure on various types of missions. For example, for low Earth orbit, missions represent fundamentally different risks than does the first mission to Mars. Single mission risk on the order of 0.99 for a beyond Earth orbit mission may be acceptable, but considerably better performance on the order of 0.9999 is expected for a reusable low Earth orbit design that will make 100 or more flights. 2.6. Abort and crew escape. 261. The capability for rapid crew and occupant egress shall be provided during all pre-launch activities. 262. The capability for crew and occupant survival and recovery shall be provided on ascent using a combination of abort and escape. 263. The capability for crew and occupant survival and recovery shall be provided during all other phases of flight, including on-orbit, re-entry, and landing, using a combination of abort and escape, unless comprehensive safety and reliability analysis indicate that abort and escape capability is not required to meet crew survival requirements. 264. Determinations regarding escape and abort shall be made based upon comprehensive safety and reliability analysis across all mission profiles. These new requirements focus on general crew survival rather than on particular crew escape systems. This provides a logical context for discussions of trade-offs that will yield the best crew survival outcome. Such trade-offs include mass trades. For example, an escape system could add weight to a vehicle, but in the process cause payload changes that require additional missions, thereby inherently increasing the overall exposure to risk. Note that the new requirements for crew escape appear less prescriptive than Johnson Space Center Requirement 7, which deals with safe crew extraction from pre-launch to landing. In addition, the extent to which NASA's 2003 requirements will retroactively apply to the Space Shuttle is an open question. The Governing Program Management Council, GPMC, will determine the applicability of this document to programs and projects in existence. For example, heritage expendable and reusable launch vehicles and evolved expendable launch vehicles, at or beyond implementation at the time of the issuance of this document. End of quote. Recommendations of the NASA Airspace Safety Advisory Panel. The issue of crew escape has long been a matter of concern to NASA's Airspace Safety Advisory Panel. In its 2002 annual report, the panel noted that NASA program guidelines on human rating require escape systems for all flight vehicles, but the guidelines do not apply to the Space Shuttle. The panel considered it appropriate, in view of the shuttle's proposed life extension, to consider upgrading the vehicle to comply with the guidelines. Recommendation 02-9. Complete the ongoing studies of crew escape design options. Either document the reasons for not implementing the NASA program guidelines on human rating or expedite the deployment of such capabilities. End of the recommendation. The board shares the concern of the NASA Airspace Safety Advisory Panel and others over the lack of a crew escape system for the space shuttle that could cover the widest possible range of flight regimes and emergencies. At the same time, a crew escape system is just one element to be optimized for crew survival. Crucial trade-offs in risk, complexity, weight, and operational utility must be made when considering a shuttle escape system. Designs for future vehicles and possible retrofits should be evaluated in this context. The sole objective must be the highest probability of a crew's safe return, regardless if that is due to successful mission completions, vehicle intact aborts, safe haven rescues, escape systems, or some combination of these scenarios. Finally, a crew escape system cannot be considered separately from the issues of shuttle retirement replacement, separation of cargo from crew in future vehicles, and other considerations in the development, and the inherent risks of space flight. Spaceflight is an inherently dangerous undertaking, and will remain so for the foreseeable future. While all efforts must be taken to minimize the risk, the White House, Congress, and the American public must acknowledge these dangers and be prepared to accept their consequences. Observations 010.2.1. Future crewed vehicle requirements should incorporate the knowledge gained from the Challenger and Columbia accidents in assessing the feasibility of vehicles that could ensure crew survival even if the vehicle is destroyed. Section 10.3. Shuttle engineering drawings and closeout photographs. In the years since the shuttle was designed, NASA has not updated its engineering drawings or converted to computer-aided drafting systems. The board's review of these engineering drawings revealed numerous inaccuracies. In particular, the drawings do not incorporate many engineering changes made in the last 2 decades. Equally troubling was the difficulty in obtaining these drawings. It took up to 4 weeks to receive them, and though some photographs were available as a short-term substitute, closeout photos took up to 6 weeks to obtain. Closeout photos are pictures taken of shuttle areas before they are sealed off for flight. The Airspace Safety Advisory Panel noted similar difficulties in its 2001 and 2002 reports. The board believes that the shuttle's current engineering drawing system is inadequate for another 20 years' use. Widespread inaccuracies, unincorporated engineering updates, and significant delays in this system represent a significant dilemma for NASA in the event of an on-orbit crisis that requires timely and accurate engineering information. The dangers of an inaccurate and inaccessible drawing system are exacerbated by the apparent lack of readily available closeout photographs as interim replacements. See Appendix D15. Findings F10 3-1. The engineering drawing system contains outdated information and is paper-based rather than computer-aided. F10 3-2. The current drawing system cannot quickly portray shuttle subsystems for on-orbit troubleshooting. F10.3-3. NASA normally uses closeout photographs, but lack a clear system to define which critical subsystems should have such photographs. The current system does not allow the immediate retrieval of closeout photos. Recommendations. R10.3-1. Develop an interim program of closeout photographs for all critical subsystems that differ from engineering drawings. Digitize the closeout photograph system so that images are immediately available for on-orbit troubleshooting. R10.3-2. Provide adequate resources for a long-term program to upgrade the shuttle engineering drawing system, including reviewing drawings for accuracy, converting all drawings to a computer-aided drafting system, incorporating engineering changes. End of Chapter 10. Other Significant Observations, Part 1. Section 37 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 10, Other Significant Observations, Part 2. Section 10.4, Industrial Safety and Quality Assurance. The industrial safety programs in place at NASA and its contractors are robust and in good health. However, the scope and depth of NASA's maintenance and quality assurance programs are troublesome. Though unrelated to the Columbia accident, the major deficiencies in these programs uncovered by the board could potentially contribute to a future accident. Industrial safety. Industrial safety programs at NASA and its contractors, covering safety measures on the shop floor and in the workplace, were examined by interviews, observations, and reviews. Vibrant industrial safety programs were found in every area examined, reflecting a common interview comment: if anything, we go overboard on safety. Industrial safety programs are highly visible. They are nearly always a topic of work center meetings and are represented by numerous safety campaigns and posters. See Figure 10.4-1. Caption: Safety posters at NASA and contract facilities. End of caption. Initiatives like Michau's This Is Stupid program and the United Space Alliance's timeout cards empower employees to halt any operation underway if they believe industrial safety is being compromised. See Figure 10.4-2. Caption: The This Is Stupid card from the Michaud Assembly Facility and the Timeout card from United Space Alliance. End of caption. For example, the Timeout program encourages and even rewards workers who report suspected safety problems to management. NASA similarly maintains the safety reporting system, which creates lines of communication through which anonymous inputs are forwarded directly to headquarters. See Figure 10.4-3. Caption: NASA Safety Reporting System Form. End of caption. The NASA Shuttle Logistic Depot focus on safety has been recognized as an Occupation Safety and Health Administration star site for its participation in the Voluntary Protection Program. After the Shuttle Logistics Depot was recertified in 2002, employees worked more than 750 days without a lost time mishap. Quality assurance. Quality assurance programs, encompassing steps to encourage error-free work, as well as inspections and assessments of that work, have evolved considerably in scope over the past 5 years, transitioning from intensive, comprehensive inspection regimens to much smaller programs based on past risk analysis. As described in Part 2, after the space flight operations contract was established, NASA's quality assurance role at Kennedy Space Center was significantly reduced. In the course of this transition, Kennedy reduced its inspections, called government mandatory inspection points, by more than 80%. Marshall Space Flight Center cut its inspection workload from 49,000 government inspection points and 821,000 contractor inspections in 1990 to 13,700 and 461,000 respectively in 2002. Similar cutbacks were made at most NASA centers. Inspection requirements are specified in the Quality Planning Requirements document, also called the Mandatory Inspections document. United Space Alliance technicians must document an estimated 730,000 tasks to complete a single shuttle maintenance flow at Kennedy Space Center. Nearly every task assessed as critically code 1, 1R, redundant, or 2 is always inspected, as are any systems not verifiable by operational checks or tests prior to final preparations for flight. Nearly everyone interviewed at Kennedy indicated that the current inspection process is both inadequate and difficult to expand, even incrementally. One example was a long-standing request to add a main engine final review before transporting the engine to the Orbiter processing facility for installation. This request was first voiced 2 years before the launch of STS-107 and has been repeatedly denied due to inadequate staffing. In its place, NASA Mission Assurance conducts a final informal review. Adjusting government inspection tasks is constrained by institutional dogma that the status quo is based on strong engineering logic and should need no adjustment. This mindset inhibits the ability of quality assurance to respond to an aging system, changing workforce dynamics, and improvement initiatives. The Quality Planning Requirements document, which defines inspection requirements, was well formulated but is not routinely reviewed. Indeed, NASA seems reluctant to add or subtract government inspections, particularly at Kennedy. Additions and subtractions are rare and generally occur only as a response to obvious problems. For instance, NASA augmented wiring inspections after STS-93 in 1999, when a shortcut shut down 2 of Columbia's main engine controllers. Interviews confirmed that the current requirements document lacks numerous critical items, but conversely demands redundant and unnecessary inspections. The NASA/United Space Alliance quality assurance processes at Kennedy are not fully integrated with each other, with safety, health, and independent assessment, or with engineering surveillance program. Individually, each plays a vital role in the control and assessment of the shuttle as it comes together in the Orbiter processing facility and vehicle assembly building. Were they to be carefully integrated, these programs could attain a nearly comprehensive quality control process. Marshall has a similar challenge. It is responsible for managing several different shuttle systems through contractors who maintain mostly proprietary databases, and therefore integration is limited. The main engine program overcomes this challenge by being centrally organized under a single Mission Assurance Division chief who reports to the Marshall Center Director. In contrast, Kennedy has a separate Mission Assurance Office working directly for each program, a separate Safety, Health, and Independent Assessment Office under the Center Director, and separate quality engineers under each program. Observing the effectiveness of Marshall and other successful mission assurance programs, such as at Johnson Space Center, a solution may be the consolidation of the Kennedy Space Center Quality Assurance Program under one Mission Assurance Office, which would report to the Center Director. While reports by the 1986 Roger Commission, 2000 Shuttle Independent Assessment Team, and 2003 Internal Kennedy Tiger Team all affirmed the need for a strong and independent quality assurance program, Kennedy's program has taken the opposite tack. Kennedy's quality assurance program discrepancy tracking system is inadequate to non-existent. Robust as recently as 3 years ago, Kennedy no longer has a closed-loop system in which discrepancies and their remedies circle back to the person who first noted the problem. Previous methods included the NASA Corrective Action Report, two-way memos, and other tools that helped ensure that a discrepancy would be addressed and corrected. The Kennedy Quality Program Manager canceled these programs in favor of a contractor-run database called the Quality Control Assessment Tool. However, it does not demand a closed loop or reply deadline and suffers from limitations on effective data entry and retrieval. Kennedy Quality Assurance Management has recently focused its efforts on implementing the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 9000/9001, a process-driven program originally intended for manufacturing plants. Board observations and interviews underscore areas where Kennedy has diverged from its Apollo-era reputation of setting the standard for quality. With the implementation of international standardization, it could devolve further. While ISO 9000/9001 expresses strong principles, they are more applicable to manufacturing and repetitive procedure industries, such as running a major airline, than to a research and development, non-operational flight test environment like that of the Space Shuttle. NASA technicians may perform a specific procedure only 3 or 4 times a year, in contrast with their airline counterparts, who perform procedures dozens of times each week. The NASA's own words regarding standardization, ISO 9001 is not a management panacea and is never a replacement for management taking responsibility for sound decision-making. Indeed, many perceive international standardization as emphasizing process over product. Efforts by Kennedy Quality Assurance Management to move its workforce towards a hands-off, eyes-off approach are unsettling. To use a term coined by the 2000 Shuttle Independent Assessment Team report, diving catches or last-minute saves continue to occur in maintenance and processing and pose serious hazards to shuttle safety. More disturbingly, some proverbial balls are not caught until after flight. For example, documentation revealed instances where shuttle components stamped ground test only were detected both before and after they had flown. Additionally, testimony and documentation submitted by witnesses revealed components that had flown as is, without proper disposition by the Material Review Board prior to flight, which implies a growing acceptance of risk. Such incidents underscore the need to expand government inspections and surveillance and highlight a lack of communication between NASA employees and contractors. Another indication of continuing problems lies in an opinion voiced by many witnesses that is confirmed by board tracking. Kennedy Quality Assurance Management discourages inspectors from rejecting contractor work. Inspectors are told to cooperate with contractors to fix problems, rather than rejecting the work and forcing contractors to resubmit it. With a rejection, discrepancies become a matter of record. In this new process, discrepancies are not recorded or tracked. As a result, discrepancies are currently not being tracked in any easily accessible database. Of the 141,127 inspections subject to rejection from October 2000 through March 2003, only 20 rejections, or hexes, were recorded, resulting in a statistically improbable discrepancy rate of 0.014%. See Figure 10.4.4. Caption: Rejection or hex stamps issued from October 2000 through April 2003. End of caption. In interviews, technicians and inspectors alike confirmed the dubiousness of this rate. NASA's published rejection rate therefore indicates either inadequate documentation or an underused system. Testimony further revealed incidents of quality assurance inspectors being played against each other to accept work that had originally been refused. Findings: F10.4-1. Shuttle system industrial safety programs are in good health. F10.4-2. The Quality Planning Requirements document, which defines inspection conditions, was well formulated. However, there is no requirement that it be routinely reviewed. F10.4-3. Kennedy Space Center's current government mandatory inspection process is both inadequate and difficult to expand, which inhibits the ability of quality assurance to process improvement initiatives. F10.4-4. Kennedy's quality assurance system encourages inspectors to allow incorrect work to be corrected without being labeled rejected. These opportunities hide rejections, making it impossible to determine how often and on what items frequent rejections and errors occur. Observations: O10.4-1. Perform an independently led bottom-up reviews of the Kennedy Space Center Quality Planning Requirements document to address the entire quality assurance program and its administration. This system should include development of a responsive system to add or delete government mandatory inspections. Or 10.4-2. Kennedy Space Center's quality assurance programs should be consolidated under one Mission Assurance Office, which reports to the Center Director. O10.4-3. Kennedy Space Center Quality Assurance Management must work with NASA and perhaps the Department of Defense to develop training programs for its personnel. O10.4-4. Kennedy Space Center should examine which areas of International Organization for Standardization 9000/9001 truly apply to a 20-year-old research and development system like the Space Shuttle. Section 10.5 Maintenance Documentation. The board reviewed Columbia's maintenance records for any documentation problems, evidence of maintenance flaws, or significant omissions, and simultaneously investigated the organizations and management responsible for this documentation. The review revealed both inaccurate data entries and the widespread inability to find and correct these inaccuracies. The board asked Kennedy Space Center and United Space Alliance to review documentation for STS-107, STS-109, and Columbia's most recent Orbiter major modification. A NASA process review team consisting of 445 NASA engineers, contractor engineers, and quality assurance personnel reviewed some 16,500 work authorization documents and provided a list of findings, potential relationships to the accident, technical observations, technical concerns or process issues, and documentation observations, minor errors. The list contained one finding related to the external tank bipod ramp. None of the observations contributed to the accident. The process review team's sampling plan resulted in excellent observations. The number of observations is relatively low compared to the total amount of work authorization documents reviewed, ostensibly yielding a 99.75% accuracy rate. While this number is high, a closer review of the data reveals some of the system's weaknesses. Technical observations are delineated into 17 categories. 5 of these categories are of particular concern for mishap prevention and reinforce the need for process improvements. The category entitled System Configuration Could Damage Hardware is listed 112 times. Categories that deal with poor incorporation of technical guidance are of particular interest due to the board's concern over the backlog of unincorporated engineering orders. Finally, a category entitled Paper Has Open Work Steps indicates that the review system failed to catch a potentially significant oversight 310 times in this sample. The complete results of this review may be found in Appendix D.14. The current process includes 3 or more layers of oversight before paperwork is scanned into the database. However, if review authorities are not aware of the most common problems to look for, corrections cannot be made. Routine sampling will help refine this process and cut errors significantly. Observations. O10.5-1 Quality and engineering review of work documents for STS-114 should be accomplished using statistical sampling to ensure that a representative sample is evaluated and adequate feedback is communicated to resolve documentation problems. O10.5-2 NASA should implement United Space Alliance's suggestions for process improvement, which recommend including a statistical sampling of all future paperwork to identify recurring problems and implement corrective actions. O10.5-3 NASA needs an oversight process to statistically sample the work performed and documented by Alliance technicians to ensure process control, compliance, and consistency. Section 10.6 Orbiter Maintenance Down Period, Orbiter Major Modification. During the orbiter major modification process, orbiters are removed from service for inspections, maintenance, and modifications. This process occurs every 8 flights or 3 years. Orbiter major modifications, combined with orbiter flows, preparation of the vehicle for its next mission, and include orbiter maintenance down periods. Not every orbiter maintenance down period includes an orbiter major modification. The primary differences between an orbiter major modification and an orbiter flow are the larger number of requirements and the greater degree of intrusiveness of a modification. A recent comparison showed 8,702 orbiter major modification requirements versus 3,826 flow requirements. 10 orbiter major modifications have been performed to date, with an 11th in progress. They have varied from 6 to 20 months. Because missions do not occur at the rate the shuttle program anticipated at its inception, it is endlessly challenged to meet numerous calendar-based requirements. These must be performed regardless of the lower flight rate, which contributes to extensive downtime. The shuttle program has explored the possibility of extending orbiter major modification cycles to once every 12 flights or 6 years. This initiative runs counter to the industry norm of increasing the frequency of inspections as systems age, and should be carefully scrutinized, particularly in light of the high-performance Orbiter's demands. Orbiter major modifications underwent a significant change when they were relocated from the Boeing facility in Palmdale, California, where the Orbiters had been manufactured, to Kennedy Space Center in September 2002. The major impetus for this change was budget shortages in fiscal years 2002 and 2003. The move capitalizes on many advantages at Kennedy, including lower labor and utility costs and more efficient use of existing overhead, while eliminating expensive, underused, and redundant capabilities at Palmdale. However, the move also created new challenges. For instance, it complicates the integration of planning and scheduling, and forces the Space Shuttle program to maintain a fluid workforce in which employees must repeatedly change tasks as they shift between orbiter major modifications, flows, and downtime. Throughout the history of orbiter major modifications, a major area of concern has been their wide variability in content and duration. Columbia's last orbiter major modification is just the most recent example of overruns due to technical surprises and management difficulties. It exceeded the schedule by 186 days. While many factors contributed to this delay, the two most prominent were the introduction of a major wiring inspection 1 month after orbiter major modification roll-in, and what an internal NASA assessment cited as poor performance of the parts of NASA, USA, United Space Alliance, and Boeing. While the shuttle program has made efforts to correct these problems, there is still much to be done. The transfer to Kennedy creates a steep learning curve both for technicians and managers. Planning and scheduling the integration of all 3 orbiters, as well as ground support systems maintenance, is critical to limit competition for resources. Moreover, estimating the right amount of work required on each orbiter continues to be a challenge. For example, 20 modifications were planned for Discovery's modification. The number has since grown to 84. Such changes introduce turmoil and increase the potential for mistakes. An Air Force benchmarking visit in June 2003 highlighted the need for better planning and more scheduling stability. It further recommended improvements to the requirements feedback process and incorporating service life extension actions into orbiter major modifications. Observations. O10.6-1. The Space Shuttle Program Office must make every effort to achieve greater stability, consistency, and predictability in orbiter major modification planning, scheduling, and work standards, particularly in the number of modifications. Endless challenges create unnecessary turmoil and can adversely impact quality and safety. O10.6-2. NASA and United Space Alliance managers must understand workforce and infrastructure requirements, match them against capabilities, and take actions to avoid exceeding thresholds. O10.6-3. NASA should continue to work with the U.S. Air Force, particularly in areas of program management that deal with aging systems, service life extensions, planning and scheduling, workforce management, training, and quality assurance. O10.6-4. The Space Shuttle Program Office must determine how it will effectively meet the challenges of inspecting and maintaining an aging orbiter fleet before lengthening orbiter major maintenance intervals. Section 10.7. Orbiter corrosion. Removing and replacing thermal protection system tiles sometimes results in damage to the anti-corrosion primer that covers the orbiter's sheet metal skin. Tile replacement often occurs without first repriming the primed aluminum substrate. The current repair practice allows room temperature vulcanizing adhesive to be applied over a bare aluminum substrate, with no Coropon corrosion inhibiting compound when bonding tile to the orbiter. A video bore scope of Columbia prior to STS-107 found corrosion on the lower forward fuselage skin panel and stringer area. Corrosion on visible rivets and on the sides and feet of stringer sections was also uncovered during bore scope inspections, but was not repaired. Other corrosion concerns focus on the area between the crew module and outer hull, which is a difficult area to access for inspection and repair. At present, corrosion in this area is only monitored with bore scope inspections. There is also concern that unchecked corrosion could progress from internal areas to external surfaces through fastener holes, joints, or directly through the skin. If this occurs beneath the tile system bond line could degrade. Long-term corrosion detection. Limited accessibility renders some corrosion damage difficult to detect. Approximately 90% of the orbiter structure, excluding the tile-covered outer mold line, can be inspected for corrosion. Corrosion in the remaining 10% may remain undetected for the life of the vehicle. NASA has recently outlined a $70 million 19-year program to assess and mitigate corrosion. The agency foresees inspection intervals based on trends in the problem resolution and corrective action database, exposure to the environment, and refurbishment programs. Development of a correlation between corrosion initiation, growth, and environmental exposure requires the judicious use of long-term test data. Moreover, some corrosion problems are uncovered during non-corrosion inspections. The risk of undetected corrosion may increase as other inspections are removed or intervals between inspections are extended. Observations. O10.7-1. Additional and recurring evaluation of corrosion damage should include non-destructive analysis of the potential impacts on structural integrity. O10.7-2 Long-term corrosion detection should be a funding priority. O10.7-3 Develop non-destructive evaluation inspections to find hidden corrosion. O10.7-4 Inspection requirements for corrosion due to environmental exposure should first establish corrosion rates for orbiter-specific environments, materials, and structural configurations. Consider applying Air Force corrosion prevention program to the orbiter. Section 10.8 Brittle fracture of A-286 bolts. Investigators sought to determine the cause of brittle fractures in the A-286 steel bolts that support the wing's lower carrier panels, which provide direct access to the interior of the reinforced carbon-carbon (RCC) panels. Any misalignment of the carrier panels affects the continuity of airflow under the wing and can cause a rough wing. See Chapter 4. In the end, 57 of the 88 A-286 bolts on Columbia's wings were recovered. 22 had brittle fractures. The fractures occurred equally in two groups of bolts in the same locations on each wing. Investigators determined that liquid metal embrittlement caused by aluminum vapor created by Columbia's breakup could have contributed to these fractures, but the axial loads placed on the bolts when they separated from the carrier panel/box beam at temperatures approaching 2000 degrees Fahrenheit likely caused the failures. Findings. F10.8-1 The present design and fabrication of the lower carrier panel attachments are inadequate. The bolts can readily pull through the relatively large holes in the box beams. F10.8-2 The current design of the box beam in the lower carrier panel assembly exposes the attachment bolts to a rapid exchange of air along the wing, which enables the failure of numerous bolts. F10.8-3 Primers and sealants such as room temperature vulcanizing 560 and Coropon may accelerate corrosion, particularly in tight crevices. F10.8-4 The negligible compressive stresses that normally occur in A-286 bolts help protect against failure. Observations. O10.8-1 Teflon material and molybdenum disulfide lubricant should not be used in the carrier panel bolt assembly. O10.8-2 Galvanic coupling between aluminum and steel alloys must be mitigated. O10.8-3 The use of room temperature vulcanizing 560 and Coropon should be reviewed. O10.8-4 Assuring the continued presence of compressive stresses in A-286 bolts should be part of their acceptance and qualification procedures. Section 10.9 Hold down post-cable anomaly. Each of the two solid rocket boosters is attached to the mobile launch platform by 4 hold-down bolts. A 5-inch diameter restraint nut that contains 2 pyrotechnic initiators secures each of these bolts. The initiators sever the nuts when the solid rocket boosters ignite, allowing the space shuttle stack to lift off. During launch, STS-112 suffered a failure in the hold-down post and external tank vent arm systems that control the firing of initiators in each solid rocket booster restraint nut. NASA had been warned that a recurrence of this type of failure could cause catastrophic failure of the shuttle stack. See Appendix D.15. The signal to fire the initiators begins in the general-purpose computers and goes to both of the master events controllers on the orbiter. Master Event Controller 1 communicates this signal to the A system cable, and Master Event Controller 2 feeds the B system. The cabling then goes through the T0 umbilical that connects fluid and electrical connections between the launch pad and the orbiter, to the pyrotechnics initiator controllers, and then to the initiators. There are 16 pyrotechnics initiator controllers for hold-down post systems A and B, and 4 for the external tank vent arm systems A and B. The hold-down post system A is hardwired to one of the initiators on each of the 4 restraint units, 8 total, while system B is hardwired to the other initiator on each nut. The A and B systems also send a duplicate signal to the external tank vent arm system. Either master event controller will operate if the other of the intervening cabling fails. A post-launch review of STS-112 indicates that the system A hold-down post and external tank vent arm system pyrotechnic initiator controllers did not discharge. Initial troubleshooting revealed no malfunction, leading to the conclusion that the failure was intermittent. A subsequent investigation recommended the following: all T0 ground cables will be replaced after every flight. The T0 interface to the pyrotechnics initiator controller's rack cable, Captain, is in redesign. All orbiter T0 connector savers have been replaced. Pyrotechnic connectors will be pre-screened with pin retention tests, and the connector saver mate process will be verified using video scopes. End of the recommendations. However, pre-launch testing procedures have not changed and may not be able to identify intermittent failures. Findings: F10.9-1. The hold-down post-external tank vent arm system is a critically 1R redundant system. Before the anomaly on STS-112, and despite the high criticality factor, the original cabling for this system was used repeatedly until it was visibly damaged. Replacing these cables after every flight and removing the captain will prevent bending and manipulation damage. F10.9-2. NASA is unclear about the potential for damage if the system malfunctions, or even if one nut fails to split. Several program managers were asked, what if the A system fails and the B system initiator fails simultaneously? The consensus was that the system would continue to burn on the pad, or that the solid rocket booster would rip free of the pad, causing potentially catastrophic damage to the solid rocket booster skirt and nozzle maneuvering mechanism. However, they agree that the probability of this is extremely low. F10.9-3. With the exception of STS-112's anomaly, numerous bolt hang-ups and occasional master events controller failures, these systems have a good record. In the early design stages, risk mitigating options were considered, including strapping with either a wire that crosses over the nut from the A to B side, or with a toggle circuit that sends a signal to the opposite side when either initiator fires. Both options would eliminate the potential of a catastrophic dual failure. However, they could also create new failure potentials that may not reduce overall system risk. Today's test and troubleshooting technology may have improved the ability to test circuits and potentially prevent intermittent failures, but it is not clear if NASA has explored these options. Observations. O10.9-1. NASA should consider a redesign of the system, such as adding a cross-strapping cable or conduct advanced testing for intermittent failure. Section 10.10 Solid Rocket Booster External Tank Attachment Ring. In Chapter 4, the board noted how NASA's reliance on analysis to validate shuttle components led to the use of flawed bolt catchers. NASA's use of this flawed analysis technique is endemic. The board has found that such analysis was invoked with potentially dire consequences on the solid rocket booster external tank attach ring. Tests showed that the tensile strength of several of these rings was well below minimum safety requirements. This problem was brought to NASA's attention shortly before the launch of STS-107. To accommodate the launch schedule, the external tanking meeting chair, after a cursory briefing without a full technical review, reduced the attach ring's minimum required safety factor of 1.4, that is, able to withstand 1.4 times the maximum load ever expected in operations, to 1.25. Though NASA has formulated short and long-term corrections, its long-term plan has not yet been authorized. Observations. O10.10-1. NASA should reinstate a safety factor of 1.4 for the attachment rings, which invalidates the use of ring serial numbers 16 and 15 in their present state, and replace all deficient material in the attachment rings. Section 10.11 Test Equipment Upgrades. Visits to NASA facilities, both government and contractor operated, as well as contractor facilities, and interviews with technicians revealed the use of 1970s era oscilloscopes and other analog equipment. Currently available equipment is digital, and in other venues has proved to be less costly, easier to maintain, and more reliable and accurate. With the shuttle forecast to fly through 2020, an upgrade to digital equipment would avoid the high maintenance, lack of parts, and dubious accuracy of equipment currently used. New equipment would require certification for its uses, but the benefit in accuracy, maintainability, and longevity would likely outweigh the drawbacks of certification costs. Observation. O10.11-1. Assess NASA and contractor equipment to determine if an upgrade will provide the reliability and accuracy needed to maintain the shuttle through 2020. Plan an aggressive certification program for replaced items so that new equipment can be put into operation as soon as possible. Section 10.12 Leadership/managerial training. Managers at many levels in NASA, from GS-14 to Associate Administrator, have taken their positions without following a recommended standard of training and education to prepare them for roles of increased responsibility. While NASA has a number of in-house academic training and career development opportunities, the timing and strategy for management and leadership development differs across organizations. Unlike other sectors of the federal government and the military, NASA does not have a standard agency-wide career planning process to prepare its junior and mid-level managers for advanced roles. These programs range from academic fellowships to civil service education programs to billets in military-sponsored programs, and will allow NASA to build a strong core of potential leaders for future progression. Observation O10.12-1. NASA should implement an agency-wide strategy for leadership and management training that provides a more consistent and integrated approach to career development. This strategy should identify the management and leadership skills, abilities, and experiences required for each level of advancement. NASA should continue to expand its leadership development partnerships with the Department of Defense and other external organizations. End of Chapter 10. Other Significant Observations, Part 2.
Section 38 of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Sheppard. The Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. Chapter 11, Recommendations. It is the board's opinion that good leadership can direct a culture to adapt to new realities. NASA's culture must change, and the board intends the following recommendations to be steps towards effecting this change. Recommendations have been put forth in many of the chapters. In this chapter, the recommendations are grouped by subject area, with the return to flight (RTF) tasks listed first within the subject area. Each recommendation retains its number, so the reader can refer to the related section for additional details. These recommendations are not listed in priority order. Part 1. The Accident. Thermal Protection System. Recommendation 3.2-1. Initiate an aggressive program to eliminate all external tank thermal protection system debris shedding at the source, with particular emphasis on the region where the bipod struts attach to the external tank. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 3.3-2. Initiate a program designed to increase the Orbiter's ability to sustain minor debris damage by measures such as improved impact-resistant reinforced carbon-carbon and acreage tiles. This program should determine the actual impact resistance of current materials and the effect of likely debris strikes. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 3.3-1. Develop and implement a comprehensive inspection plan to determine the structural integrity of all reinforced carbon-carbon system components. This inspection plan should take advantage of advanced non-destructive inspection technology. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 6.4-1. For missions to the International Space Station, develop a practicable capability to inspect and effect emergency repairs to the widest possible range of damage to the thermal protection system, including both tile and reinforced carbon-carbon, taking advantage of the additional capabilities available when near to or docked at the International Space Station. For non-station missions, develop a comprehensive autonomous, independent of station, inspection and repair capability to cover the widest possible range of damage scenarios. Accomplish an on-orbit thermal protection system inspection using appropriate assets and capabilities early in all missions. The ultimate objective should be a fully autonomous capability for all missions to address the possibility that an International Space Station mission fails to achieve the correct orbit, fails to dock successfully, or is damaged during or after undocking. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 3.3-3. To the extent possible, increase the orbiter's ability to successfully re-enter Earth's atmosphere with minor leading-edge structural subsystem damage. Recommendation 3.3-4. In order to understand the true material characteristics of reinforced carbon-carbon components, develop a comprehensive database of flown reinforced carbon-carbon material characteristics by destructive testing and evaluation. Recommendation 3.3-5. Improve the maintenance of launch pad structures to minimize the leaching of zinc primer onto reinforced carbon-carbon components. Recommendation 3.8-1. Obtain sufficient spare reinforced carbon-carbon panel assemblies and associated support components to ensure that decisions on reinforced carbon-carbon maintenance are made on the basis of component specifications, free of external pressures relating to schedules, costs, or other considerations. Recommendation 3.8-2. Develop, validate, and maintain physics-based computer models to evaluate thermal protection system damage from debris impacts. These tools should provide realistic and timely estimates of any impact damage from possible debris from any source that may ultimately impact the orbiter. Establish impact damage thresholds that trigger responsive corrective action, such as on-orbit inspection and repair when indicated. Imaging. Recommendation 3.4-1. Upgrade the imaging system to be capable of providing a minimum of 3 useful views of the space shuttle from liftoff to at least solid rocket booster separation, along any expected ascent azimuth. The operational status of these assets should be included in the launch commit criteria for future launches. Consider using ships or aircraft to provide additional views of the shuttle during ascent. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 3.4-2. Provide a capability to obtain and downlink high-resolution images of the external tank after it separates. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 3.4-3. Provide a capability to obtain and downlink high-resolution images of the underside of the orbiter wing leading edge and forward section of both wings' thermal protection system. This is a return-to-flight task. Recommendation 6.3-2. Modify the Memorandum of Agreement with the National Imagery and Mapping Agency to make the imaging of each shuttle flight while on orbit a standard requirement. This is a return-to-flight task. Orbiter sensor data. Recommendation 3.6-1. The modular auxiliary data system instrumentation and sensor suite on each orbiter should be maintained and updated to include current sensor and data acquisition technologies. Recommendation 3.6-2. The modular auxiliary data system should be redesigned to include engineering performance and vehicle health information and have the ability to be reconfigured during flight in order to allow certain data to be recorded, telemetered, or both as needs change. Wiring. Recommendation 4.2-2. As part of the Shuttle Life Service Extension Program and potential 40-year service life, develop a state-of-the-art means to inspect all orbiter wiring, including that which is inaccessible. Bolt catchers. Recommendation 4.2-1. Test and qualify the flight hardware bolt catchers. This is a return-to-flight task. Closeouts. Recommendation 4.2-3. Require that at least 2 employees attend all final closeouts and intertank area hand spraying procedures. This is a return-to-flight task. Micrometeoroid and orbital debris. Recommendation 4.2-4. Require the space shuttle to be operated with the same degree of safety for micrometeoroid and orbital debris as the degree of safety calculated for the International Space Station. Change the micrometeoroid and orbital debris safety criteria from guidelines to requirements. Foreign object debris. Recommendation 4.2-5. Kennedy Space Center Quality Assurance and United Space Alliance must return to the straightforward, industry-standard definition of foreign object debris, and eliminate any alternate or statistically deceptive definitions like processing debris. This is a return to flight task. Part 2. Why the accident occurred. Scheduling. Recommendation 6.2-1. Adopt and maintain a shuttle flight schedule that is consistent with available resources. Although schedule deadlines are an important management tool, those deadlines must be regularly evaluated to ensure that any additional risk incurred to meet the schedule is recognized, understood, and acceptable. This is a return to flight task. Training. Recommendation 6.3-1. Implement an expanded training program in which the mission management team faces potential crew and vehicle safety contingencies beyond launch and ascent. These contingencies should involve potential loss of shuttle or crew, contain numerous uncertainties and unknowns, and require the mission management team to assemble and interact with support organizations across NASA contractor lines and in various locations. This is a return to flight task. Organization. Recommendation 7.5-1. Establish an independent technical engineering authority that is responsible for technical requirements and all waivers to them, and will build a disciplined, systematic approach to identifying, analyzing, and controlling hazards throughout the life cycle of the shuttle system. The independent technical authority does the following as a minimum. Develop and maintain technical standards for all Space Shuttle program projects and elements. Be the sole waiver-granting authority for all technical standards. Conduct trend and risk analysis at the subsystem, system, and enterprise levels. Own the failure mode, effects analysis, and hazard reporting systems. Conduct integrated hazard analysis. Decide what is and what is not an anomalous event. Independently verify launch readiness. Approve the provisions of the recertification program called for in Recommendation 9.1-1. The Technical Engineering Authority should be funded directly from NASA headquarters and should have no connection to or responsibility for schedule or program cost. Recommendation 7.5-2. NASA Headquarters Office of Safety and Mission Assurance should have direct line authority over the entire Space Shuttle Program Safety Organization and should be independently resourced. Recommendation 7.5-3. Reorganize the Space Shuttle Integration Office to make it capable of integrating all elements of the Space Shuttle program, including the orbiter. Part 3. A look ahead. Organization. Recommendation 9.1-1. Prepare a detailed plan for defining, establishing, transitioning, and implementing an independent technical engineering authority, independent safety program, and reorganize the Space Shuttle Integration Office as described in Recommendations 7.5-1, 7.5-2, and 7.5-3. In addition, NASA should submit annual reports to Congress as part of the budget review process on its implementation activities. This is a return to flight task. Recertification. Recommendation 9.2-1. Prior to operating the shuttle beyond 2010, develop and conduct a vehicle recertification at the material, component, subsystem, and system levels. Recertification requirements should be included in the Service Life Extension Program. Closeout Photos Drawing System. Recommendation 10.3-1. Develop an interim program of closeout photographs for all critical subsystems that differ from engineering drawings. Digitize the closeout photography system so that images are immediately available for on-orbit troubleshooting. This is a return to flight task. Recommendation 10.3-2. Provide adequate resources for a long-term program to upgrade the shuttle engineering drawing system, including reviewing drawings for accuracy, converting all drawings to a computer-aided drafting system, incorporating engineering changes. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Doug Sheppard. End of the Columbia Accident Investigation Board Final Report, Volume 1, by the Columbia Accident Investigation Board.